Hey, Gabi, did you like the script? Yeah. Written long before the deadline. Actually, I sent that script in. It was like 7 minutes after 12. We're writers, are unlovely creatures under duress. We're no day at the beach under the best of circumstances. But hi, Bernadette. Is that Bernadette? Hi. But now I'm thinking these miserable bastards. It's going to be a grievance. I'm 7 minutes late, and I'll probably be brought up on charges. And that's kind of an index, I think, of our predisposition to project into the other, whether the other is our ostensible leadership in the union or the bosses, a malice and a kind of punitive attitude toward us, which probably is at least 4 to 5% legitimate. And I think now watch, they'll bring me up on charges for being 7 minutes late. But I think that that's because what kind of qualifies us to do what we're doing, or certainly makes us eligible if it doesn't qualify us, is a certain ambivalence toward order in any manifestation. Somehow the doubleness. Now, see, that's an ostentatious placement back there. Is that Scott? That's passive aggressive, Scott. Come up here. Come up here. You have to watch what? Why? What's it going to do? Walk away? Damn you. See, Scott works for me, and it's typical of writers that once they get into authority, they're the most miserable, critical, what I started to say, and it's probably two sides of the same coin, that what makes you eligible to be an artist of any kind is an experience of the structures of order, which for one reason or another predisposes you not to accept them as a given, or if accepting them as a given, to project into them an authority over us of which we disapprove, and which we feel justifies us in postulating an alternative order. Sometimes that alternative can be a country of the imagination. Sometimes, when I graduated from college, it was the time of the Vietnam Troubles, and I had gotten a teaching fellowship at the Writers' Workshop in Iowa, so I was out there. And they had a very nice place for me to live as part of the fellowship. The guy whose house it was, I had a basement apartment down there. He was a puppeteer, this guy, as well as so he taught classical literature or something. And I was drinking pretty good. I was also doing research in other areas. And periodically, I would come upon his puppets. And it would fuck me up. And in fact, by way of validating this thing about, hey, Danny, projecting into whatever the source of order is, having a kind of malicious, a predisposition to posit them as not out for your own good. I say, sure, he's putting the puppets there to drive me a little fucking nuts, this guy. Dr. Arnott, I just remembered his name. So, at college, the thing about being a writer, I am of an age where the whole idea about being a writer was how well did you hold your liquor and write. It was a given that you were supposed to be drunk because Hemingway was a drunk, Faulkner was a drunk, Fitzgerald was a drunk, all my teachers were drunks, Richard Yates, big drunk, Kurt Vonnegut, tremendous consumer of cannabis. And I was an alcoholic anyway. So, now the order that I was given could not have been more benign. I had to teach a course twice a week, and it was Iowa at that time. They weren't that good in football. A great basketball team. Downtown Freddie Brown, John Johnson. Oh, really? They both had very good professional careers. But the point was, part of my job was to teach these guys. And the way that the department made sure that you understood that these were these athletes were not to be judged too harshly was you got an additional $10 an hour for every one of these guys that you tutored, and you could tutor as many of them simultaneously as you could find. So that's like $120 an hour, right? Believe me, those guys did well. So in terms of the benignity of the circumstance, the puppets notwithstanding, so I had a place to live. I was making a good buck. I had sold a novel. The downside there was I had sold it to a number of different publishers, so that, and of course that bespeaks, again, a certain ambivalence toward the contract, the whole concept of contracts, which is one form of order. And plus I was shit-faced all the time. And it got very quickly to where I never got home. I went 6 months. I never got back to that apartment. While the weather was good, I'd sleep in the streets, I'd sleep in it was a small town, Iowa City, but even so, it got a little nippy, and, you'd find occasionally, I wonder if I have a drinking problem. No. And then in the winter, I would stay at this place. It was a very inexpensive place, the Hotel Jefferson, and I don't know, $3 a night or something. And there was this one-armed elevator guy, and he was fucked up on something. And the way the bars worked, the regular bars closed at 11, and then there were places that served beer and that didn't care if you smoked reefer inside until 2. So this place, Little Bill's. So I would I couldn't drink beer, but I was not a good consumer of reefer, but any port in a storm, as the sailors tell us. So then at that point, I'd make my way to the Hotel Jefferson. And then inexplicably, I would conceive an overwhelming desire for candy. So And the elevator operator was this one-armed guy, and he was also the elevator. He was the night watchman, and he was the elevator operator. And I felt the need to explain to him why each time, it wasn't enough that I would explain to him, oh, I have this massive desire for candy. I had to conceal my felt sense that he might find out that I was a drunk and a fucking tea-head. I'd just buy the candy one bar at a time. And then I would find a pretext to go back. I said, listen, can you hang on for one more second? This is crazy. I wanted the Clark bar, but I also want a Zagnut. Now I go back there and I said, do they have Three Musketeers? He says, just get in or off the elevator. So, which is to say that we project into, now this elevator operator was not an apostle of order, except the fact that he operated the elevator. But, and I had to sign, but I mean, after a while, I mean, he knew it was me. But I was projecting into him an ability to judge me, you know. And in this, on the other hand, I couldn't get back to the apartment. So if I was really that concerned about appearances, you know, I mean, here I am sleeping in the streets, but then I'm trying to explain to the elevator operator why I want my fifth Zagnut. So we're kind of selective about, or idiosyncratic or subjective, let's say, in our sense of our relationship to whatever we identify as the ordering authorities in our life. Now I'm thinking if I should tell you this horrible story. Once I got back to my apartment. No, I'm not going to tell you this story. Nah, I'm not going to do that. But so here's the thing. Now there's a strike going on. And we feel at once, I suspect, generally depressed, because we who have this very tentative and kind of provisional and ambivalent relationship to order, to the structures within which we operate, including the structures of imagination, now for reasons which we don't completely understand and probably don't fully endorse, our bridge to the world just got shut down. All sorts of antisocial behavior occur as a possibility in response to that. After I lost my deferment, you know, in the Vietnam troubles, so I lost my deferment after the first year there at Iowa. And I had a low number for the draft. I've been accepted at Yale Law School. So, which is what my parents wanted me to do anyway. So I would go back to Yale Law School. And, but I had also been issued a credit card, a Gulf Oil credit card, on the back of which says you can stay at Holiday Inns. And again, in terms of having this imperfect understanding of what constitutes a contract, you know, what constitutes legal obligation, you know, oh, these idiots sent me a credit card. So I moved into the Holiday Inn. And, you know, the idea that you had to pay for a credit card just wasn't something that I understood. It's also, you know, I became a thief. But I like not to judge myself too harshly in that regard because, I mean, I didn't understand the idea of property that well. If you've had your boundaries violated one way or another, you know, So anyway, I'm in law school. I was on acid. I was on acid consecutively for more days than everyone in this room together has taken it from birth until today. Trust me on this one thing. And, I go to school. I didn't go much. I went with the guy who wrote a book called The Greening of America, evidently 40 years too early. Charles Reich was one of the teachers there. President Clinton was a classmate. Hillary was a classmate. Clarence Thomas was a classmate. I didn't know this at the time because I didn't meet any of my classmates. I had one friend who would trip with me as much as I did, but he weighed 270 pounds, and so he metabolized it a lot better than I did. Bobby Uptight was his name, and he went on to become famous as the bass player, in a group called Root Boy Slim. Did anybody ever hear of them? No. So, but anyway, at that time, he was also in law school to beat the draft. He had been drafted third by the Miami Dolphins, but that was not a draftable commitment. So we would be loaded all the time, and we both had motorcycles, me on a Norton 650, glued beyond recognition and on acid. We go up on East Rock, which was this big, and we would play this thing called Random Particle at night. You close your eyes, you open the bike, just as far as it'd go, and the first guy that opened his eyes was gay. So he went off a cliff. Bobby went off the cliff. And I will tell you how I came to leave law school, which was that Bobby got caught wrong by his bride. She goes back to Chicago to divorce him. And and they had a small child, as I recall. And he's saying, well, what should I do? I says, well, what do you want to do? He said, I don't know. I says, well, do you think you might want to save the marriage? He says, possibly. I said, well, you better get back there, right? He says, will you watch my apartment? I says, how can you even ask me that? I mean, I'm staying in a holiday. It doesn't make any difference to me. So I'm in his apartment, right? Now, he's from the South. His great-grandfather, somebody was in the Civil War. So I'm going through all of his stuff, and I find a Civil War sword. So I start to destroy all of his furniture, all of his clothes, and everything. For no particular reason. But again, the idea of order, the fuck? Now I find a shotgun. I find shotgun shells. I'm Jewish, but I can assemble a shotgun. I'm out in the street with my shotgun shells. Boom! Boom! I'm blowing out every goddamn street light on Whitney Avenue. And because I'm on acid, I'm thinking, look at this. The gun goes off, the street light explodes. The gun goes off, the traffic light explodes. The gun goes off, the bubblegum machine on the police car keeps coming. Evidently I missed. So I stash my shotgun under a car. I mail my shotgun shells. I go running up to the cops. I said, Jesus Christ, somebody is bullshit back there. They said, we know, we got the report. Get out of the area. So now I'm thinking, the kid, bulletproof. So I go 50 feet. Now the dramatic inadequacy of reality sets in. You dumb dago bastards, it was me. Here they come. Bing, bang, boom. So I'm arrested. And, you know, that could obviously be construed as shooting, you know. So that's how I left law school. I had to plead to a felony, which made me ineligible for the draft, which was, after all, the purpose of the exercise. And meanwhile, what happened to my novel? Well, one thing was, you know, I had sold it by this time to a couple more publishers. So that was receding as a realistic possibility. And my relationship with the structures of order was deteriorating. You know, some of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with this expression. I know that I'm about to hit a bottom when my circumstances are deteriorating faster than I am able to lower my standards. And so I'm knocking around, you know. I wound up in a Port Authority bus terminal, and was saved probably from even more compromising behavior. I see this guy coming through in a top hat and an opera cape, and I'm looking at him. It's Floyd. It's this guy I knew, an undergrad. We were undergraduates together. And he dropped out when he was a sophomore because, and he says, I'm going to become the biggest acid dealer in America. I said, God love you, you know, good luck. And so now it's like 3 or 4 years later. And there he is in an opera cape, and I say, Floyd, not having many alternatives. Now, people who are criminals or artists or, you know, how many have read Crime and Punishment? You are a bunch of bald-faced liars. Anyway, there's, in Crime and Punishment, you know, there's this thing where the guy trying to prove God's existence commits a murder. Which is a way to say that, you know, there's, again, that doubleness in relationship. So Floyd, it was very important to Floyd to prove to me that his decision to drop out of college had been proved out because this guy had made so much money. I'll tell you what he said, which actually I wound up taking as a challenge. He said, I have made so much money that even you can't piss it away. Well, I had a new job, pissing away Floyd's money. Elvis was making a comeback in Las Vegas, and I said, well, let's see about that project, pissing away your money, and we'll check out Elvis. So we go out there. I lost a number of hundreds of thousands of dollars before Floyd came back from having a Coke. And I never got to see Elvis, but I did get to meet all of the Ikettes. Ike and Tina Turner's backup group, and they were working in the second room. And I've always believed I came out on the long end of that transaction. Now, we know that I turned out to be a writer, but I think it's also clear that, you know, and then things started to get bad after that, you know, and I wound up in jail in Mexico and so on. Now, I graduated first in my class from Yale. I sold a book as an undergraduate. I was a bit of a fair-haired boy, you know, in Lillian Hellman and all these people, you know. I was a new flavor there for 7 minutes. So, and yet here I was, you know, in jail in Mexico. ambivalence towards order. And that comes from, having a mixed experience of order when we're younger. Now, so here we are again back in Strike Central. I like to think that wherever I am is central. This is the thesis that what's called self-centered fear. I am the piece of shit at the center of the universe. There is a sense of panic and disempowerment and desperation, which I suspect is kind of percolating into the consciousness or the unconscious of a lot of writers now, because the secret suspicion that if we don't nourish it, I think at least we cohabit with it, is I am very lucky that I have had any kind of employment at all. If they ever knew what's going on in here, not only would I be unemployed, I would be institutionalized, and probably should be. Now, if that's the case, and now we are asked to go out on strike, we hate our guild leaders. Or we love our guild leaders and we hate the bosses. In either case, it's the Stockholm Syndrome, where we identify with those we perceive as our captors. Because our idea of those who legislate the order in our lives is wounded and distorted. When I talk to writers who are more or less within the walls of the city, and they piss and moan about, I take notes from morons all day long. And I have to do it because they're my bosses. What I hear is, I'm home. I get to do my work, and I get to resent the organizing force in my life. Now, the only downside with that is, and I'm writing shit. Well, if that's the case, that is a form, before we're out on strike, of what we were talking about when we all sat down. That's a form of despair. If you have to say that you're writing shit for whatever reason, you've lost the possibility that the bridge to the world of our art offered as a way back from our woundedness. Because that resentment and doubleness and antagonism and apocalyptic resentment of order, the structures of art offer us an alternative to. But we have to be brave enough, or something, to let that participation heal us. But people who've been abused one way or another go to the familiar. You ask a prostitute. I had a cousin who met one once, and And part of the deal, after you come, what are you doing in this line of work? The trick says, as a way, this is how he begins to disengage and say, I'm not really. What are you doing here? I'll tell you a funny story. I had this guy, a good friend, another junkie. By this time I was a junkie. Larry, he died. Larry died sober. But at this point, Larry was had multiple opportunities. I think he was probably, he was certainly a junkie. I think probably he was gay and maybe didn't want to be. And he was a compulsive gambler. And he weighed about 350 pounds. So his act was, he couldn't hit himself, I think because he was ambivalent about being gay, so the idea of penetration was a little rough for him. Well, that's funny unless it's not funny. So he would have he would bring these prostitutes in, and in exchange for him giving them dope, they would hit him. They'd shoot him up. Then he would turn on a tape recorder, and he would record himself rebuking them. I just don't understand how you can do this to your parents. Now, the whores would get off. I don't know how I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. And he would say, well, when are you going to stop? This is soon, Larry. Thank God. So, it's win-win. Now, that was a digression. What were we talking about? The idea of identifying with your captors. Is that what we were talking about? I think we might have moved past that. Thank you. So Larry was in despair, and he called. He called. By now, I was working out here, and he was dying, and he said, I'd like to try and get sober before I die. So I says, come on. Oh, I remember what. And Dick Yates, wonderful writer. Leonardo DiCaprio's making Dick's novel, Revolutionary Road, after all this time. A drunk. And he was my teacher at Iowa. And he was out here, and I was, we had this strange sort of, the way he could keep his dignity was I hired him to do a film script, which he never did. And it was like Larry and the Whores. And then we'd meet twice a month so he could indict me for having sold out my talent. And so Dick, by this point, was so fucked up, and I says, Larry, you're going to drive Dick around. So now both of them had a job. And actually, it was a wonderful thing to watch, because Larry represented everything. Dick was a working class guy who was smitten with Fitzgerald and stuff. And so Larry represented everything for which Dick had undiluted scorn. But he actually liked him a lot. Plus, Larry would smoke these horrible fucking cigars. And he'd drive Dick around, and they'd go to the movies and all this stuff, and then Larry would review the movies. Now, Dick was a guy of considerable, repute and accomplishment. And he would say, I'm listening to this guy review James Bond movies. I don't like the movies. I don't like the reviews. For the first time in years, he was happy. And Larry was happy. Larry would come over to the house in the morning, and he'd make our kids rice pudding, like about 6 in the morning. And he was so happy to be able to, to meet his obligations. I'll be goddamned. Oh, so you're in despair. if you have arranged your life in such a way as to conceive of yourself as a victim, whether or not you're getting a paycheck, you have lost the opportunity which the gift to you from God, which is your art, has offered as a way to heal and to lose your resentment of order. If instead of saying, look, I got to write procedurals, it's the only thing that pays the bills, but I hate it. I want to do character stuff. As if those two things, were necessarily in opposition. That's horseshit. By which I mean, I was taught by people who took all my money, don't listen to what people say. Watch what they do. And if that's what you're doing, and someone doesn't have a gun to your head, that's what you want to do. Because we do go to the familiar. And if we have a stake in believing ourselves victimized, we pursue situations in which we can conceive of ourselves as victims. Now, what does all this have to do with the strike? Probably very little. But as they said in some film, I know a way out of hell, which is to re-encounter the possibility of being, of letting your art. And look, all of us have had the experience, the flickering experience of what art's possibilities are, which is, for just an instant, you feel whole. For just an instant, you feel part of things. And there's a wave that comes over you. And you think, I'm home. And nobody's trying to hurt me. I have a place in the world. I have a place in the world. Let me give you a couple of examples of that here in the aftermath of my being relieved of my various obsessions, or at least the most overt of them. We feel ourselves separate from and other than. And even with this bridge that's been offered to us, we conceive these scenarios, where we are victimized. And what would I write if I didn't write that? That's what they're buying. Well, that's what they're buying because that's what we're selling. Which is to say, there's plenty of complicity to go around. But what other stories are there? What other series are there? How many are parents here? So you have been blessed with the experience of the absolute refutation of your sense of solitude. You know, beyond questioning, beyond thought, that our sense of ourselves as isolated, I'll do that again for $10, is an illusion. It's the way that we can understand the world, which is congenial to us. There's me and there's them. Except if, let's talk about, I was talking to this young lady, we were talking about our dogs, She's got a dog named Dickens. So I say to Dickens, "What's your favorite novel?" He says, "Little Dorrit." I say, "Bleak House." Rita, my wife, is sitting over there. So we had a dog, and she was getting, she's a bit of a dim bulb, so it was hard to tell that she was in distress. But finally it occurred to us, and so Rita took her to the veterinarian because logistics are really beneath me. And she called and she said, "Stella's dying. Stella needs to be put down. She's got a tumor and she's in heart failure and all this panting, So I drive over there. Now, every time one of our kids has gone to school, we've gotten several more dogs. And it's hard to tell from day to day how many dogs we have, but we got a lot of dogs. And one of the great pleasures in our lives, with the children gone, is that you watch the dogs array themselves in relationship to each other. Even as they sleep, they have to be touching each other. Our oldest, Sam, is going blind, and he hasn't got much more time. But he's the boss, and even though he can't see anymore, periodically he barks to warn the other dogs, say, "Believe me, I'm on post. Do not try to get away with anything." And everybody's happy. And it is a joy for us, beyond even identifying with our species or the fact that it's our blood, to roll around with them and just to watch them and to talk to them, and we anthropomorphize them. We have this bulldog, absolutely the ugliest creature I have ever encountered. And, he's got this underbite, and he is so self-possessed and so convinced of all of his virtues. The world is his friend, and its proper role is to admire him. So he goes up to every stranger, he waddles up. "Go ahead. Do what you need to do." An expert at cunnilingus, which makes him an asset at many parties. He even feels it's his right for me to clean the smegma in the folds of fat in his face with a Q-tip. He said, "Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead." And because I think this is very witty, I take my finger and then I go to my wife. I say, "Smell this!" And that's good for 20 minutes of hilarity. Now, the predicate of all of that is that we have a sense of our identity, a felt sense of our identity, which transcends our sense of ourselves as separate. That is, when I went to see Stella, before they put her down, I walked into the room, and she was in real distress, and she looked at me, and her tail started wagging. And she was happy to see me, and at some level she knew, she knew she was in distress, and I certainly knew she was in distress. And I couldn't bear it. And I knew that the blessing for Stella would be to be held, and I knew I could count on my wife to do it. Well, it is a weakness. I'm a mere mortal, and sometimes much less than that. But because I think of us as sort of a unity, my wife and I was comfortable knowing that Stella would be held. And that feeling is available to us in our art. In fact, it's the essence of our art. The going out in spirit, the testifying to the going out in spirit by the act of imagination. And if we do anything less than that in our art, then we begin to posit ourselves as victims. That sudden that outgush of joy that each of us has experienced at one time or another, and probably posited as a mystery or a miracle, and certainly is transitory, is what comes from indwelling with that spirit, which understands that our sense of separateness in every fundamental way is an illusion. Now, we recur to our situation, at least as we perceive it. Here we are, the victims, and here they are, the other. Believe me, that is a distortion. That ain't what's going on. Now, I'm going to tell you, should we break or some goddamn thing? What time is it? 10 to 2. Should we break or not? You know what Otis said? You think I'm going to stop now? I ain't going to stop. We're going one time. That's Otis Redding. So here, I'll tell you the story about the most successful writer that I know of. And he started out as in terms of trying to get into the walled city. You know, many of us who wound up writers, you know, we started out as something else. You know, I was a mailroom boy, or I was whatever the jobs are. What are all the jobs? That's the job, right? Being a mailroom boy, and then I was a gopher, and but ultimately, I'm going to be a writer. And that happens sometimes. It happened with this guy. And he became extraordinarily successful. But the first thing he did was send out some signals to the bosses. Smart. I'm very smart. And I understand your deepest nature, said he to the bosses. And I will do your bidding. That's a guy with a big upside. I understand that you are people of power, position, under a lot of pressure, and the idea of sin, you know, is really for lesser creatures. Wound up doing a murder. And as is the boss's wont, when they found out about it, well, that's certainly we had no expectation that was going to take place. This man is of no use to us, because he had sort of taken them at their word. So, in fulfilling their expectations, he had made himself outcast. And so he's examining he's trying to figure, well, what the fuck happened there? Because I had a career path laid out. I was inside the walled city. I had gone up from the mail room. I was doing whatever the fuck else I was doing. Some guy, I was sympathizing with some guy. And perhaps I was doing more than sympathizing with him. Perhaps I was saying, that son of a bitch, who was the adversary of this person, I said, you realize the threat that he is to you? I mean, let's look at things the way they are. You got it this way. That guy is standing for something else. He needs killing. You know, it's not a question of doing something. He needs killing. Now, so he does the killing. And then, of course, his boss says, well, we're people of conviction, but we do mistrust fanatics. Gone. So now he leaves town. And he's thinking, what the fuck happened? I guess they gave him a pretext. You know, they said, listen, you should leave town. It will be a great career move. I said, leave town till it cools out, and we will bring you back. Because these guys, you know, it wasn't as if that type of thing was foreign to them. Listen, when I moved into Paramount, they're showing me around to my offices. So that they say, now this is Bing Crosby's, your office is Bing's old office. Jerry Lewis came after Bing left. He's the one who put in the viewers as if we're underwater in an ocean cruiser. I said, Jesus Christ. Down the road is down the hallway there is Howard Koch, and across the way is Bob Evans. I said, geez, Bob Evans, when was the last movie he made? And the person showing me around says, well, Bob doesn't make movies anymore, but he sure knows how to keep a secret. I said, say no more. Some secrets you don't want to know. Anyway, they send this guy out. They say, you know, you should probably operate someplace else for a while. Consider yourself still in our employment, but we oughtn't to be in touch for a while. So this guy's on his way to Damascus. And he hears a voice. And the voice says, Paul, why do you persecute me? Now, his name is Saul. But if he's hearing a voice, he's not going to make him a liar for one consonant. He says, I didn't know I was. He says, well, you argued from what professed to be revelations that if I was the Messiah, it must be the end of days. And if it isn't the end of days, I must not be the Messiah. And therefore, all the people in the walled city there, you know, need protection from this apostasy. And so you killed the first of the apostles. You killed Stephen. Paul killed Stephen. And now Paul is saying, well, this is serious. For one thing, I'm hearing voices. I have not heard voices before. Did anybody ever heard of Julian Jaynes? He says the origin of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Are you telling me you don't remember that title? His argument is that the idea of God, that there, you know, there's two lobes, and that the corpus callosum, which maintains circulation between the two lobes, used to be obstructed until very recently. And therefore, we used to hear two voices. And the one voice was us, and the other voice must have been God, because we didn't know where the fuck the voice was coming from. Now, Paul was a temporal lobe epileptic, you know, and it's demonstrated that people with temporal lobe epilepsy are prone to religious visions when they have seizures. So he heard this voice. Now, Paul was a guy who wanted to come into the walled city, and the people at the temple there had a great fucking hustle. The priests, they said is, look, think of them as MGM, or think of them as 20th Century Fox, the priests inside the walled city. Right? They said, now listen, there are certain rituals which must be performed every day, or you are not of the elect. You have to be circumcised, big. You can't eat pork. You have to observe the Sabbath. And if you do that stuff, you are of the elect. And you also have to give us most of your money. That's how you'll know you're saved. But we're going to let you keep some of it, and plus you're going to be inside the walled city, which is big. Outside the walled city is raw sewage. Inside is incense and myrrh and power and every other fucking thing. Now, Paul was from, one of the province towns. It happened to be a province that the Romans had under their control. But he had this ambivalent idea of order. He wanted to be of it, but he also had a tremendous antagonism toward it. And to such an extent that he was a profound believer who was also capable of violence. And in the act of purging himself, whatever, William James said that the only time we are capable of receiving faith is when we experience ego deflation at depth. For me, I was putting someone in the ground in Mexico. For Paul, I think it was whacking St. Stephen. Maybe he'd heard voices before. It probably wasn't his first seizure, but it was the first time he paid any attention. Now, what the voice said to him is, this sense of structure and order as coercive and special and as the repository only of the priests in the temple is a jerk-off. They're just earning in there. And what are other versions of that? Well, the writer is persuaded you're weak. You're a child, let's be frank. And I love children. Believe me, I love children. Let me do the adult stuff. You be your nutsy, crazy, childish self. We'll give you some money. We will let you feel whole. We will let you feel as if you were within the walled city. You're not coming, you're not coming right up to the altar, because that's a whole different thing. I can't even explain that to you because you're a child. But it's going to be warm in here. No more raw sewage out there, and no more of that aching sense of apartness that you've carried even before you started to write. So Paul asks his voice, well, not for nothing, here I am on a mule on the way to Damascus. What am I supposed to do? He says, not works, but faith. Act in faith. I'll tell you exactly what he says. Because what happened was he became a writer, Paul. Let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unaware. Remember them that are in bonds, and yourself as bound with them, and them which suffer adversity as being yourselves also in the body. Let your conversation be without covetousness, and be content with such things as ye have. For he hath said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee, so that we may boldly say, the Lord is my helper, and I will not fear what man shall do unto me. Now, that's the Spirit. That's the Spirit that Paul is talking about. And the Spirit is what moves in us when we allow ourselves the act of imagination without conceiving a goal or a purpose which will further us. We have the blessed relief from the sense of self. Now, concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. Wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Jesus accursed, and that no man shall say that Jesus is the Lord but by the Holy Ghost. There are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. For to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another the gifts of healing by the same Spirit, to another the working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another discerning of spirits, to another diverse kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. But all these worketh that one and the selfsame Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. For as the body is one and hath many members, and all the members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. For by one Spirit we are all baptized into one body, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we be bond or free, and have been all made to drink into one Spirit. For the body is not one member, but many. The body is not, we are not separate from each other. If the foot says, because I'm not the hand, I'm not of the body, is it therefore not of the body? And if the ear shall say, because I'm not the eye, I'm not of the body, is it therefore not of the body? Which is to say, even if we believe we're separate from each other, are we separate? Or are we just indwelling with a temporary misperception? If the whole body were an eye, where were the hearing? If the whole were hearing, where were the smelling? But now hath God set the members, every one of them in the body, as it hath pleased him. Now, that's the guy who did murder, who received the Spirit. And some can say, that was an accident of circulation through the corpus callosum, maybe. But if we are not saved by works, our faith is tested by the works we do. And therefore, I'm going to propose something here, which is that our membership in the one body of the Spirit be testified to. Equals MC squared. What the fuck does that mean? Well, if you understand what it means, it is the most enormous liberation of energy that we have yet been able to conceive of. If you understand the meaning of the symbol, and only the one little kraut there did to begin with. But the capacity to abstract and to symbolize as a representation of truth. We've now been given the internet, which is a manner of delivery which minimizes the ability of those we would perceive as the superego, as the sources of order, to mystify the process. If those, if the ATMPG, whatever the fuck their initials are, say, well, listen, you're children, you don't understand what goes on inside the main room. And we don't want to burden you because you have this other nutsy, crazy gift that we love so much that you tell the stories and are cute. Now, we have to make them endlessly replicable because you don't know how to do that because you can't even show up for a dentist appointment. But you have this nutsy craziness, and so you let us be the bosses. Live in fear of us. You're allowed to resent us. You can go home and say to the bride, these cocksuckers. But push comes to shove, it's what you need. It's what you enjoy. Because you're never going to be other than a child, are you? Because we yelled at you at the dinner table. I have a voice, just so that you know, just so you know that this is not self-indulgent. I have an ordering voice, which is working when I'm sleeping. And when I wake up, he wakes. He wakes. What's he going to, that's his idea of urinating. With a split stream. What? Oh, that's how he thinks coffee is supposed to be made. Look, that's how he thinks the ignition of the car should be turned on. By the time I'm on my way to work, bots I want to shoot up. But if I act in faith, if I have trained myself in such a way to say, works do not save me, but by my works I show my faith. I said, let me now, because I'm so obsessive, and here I'm extolling the internet, I want you to know I don't know how to turn on a computer. I don't know how to turn on a computer. I don't know how to turn on a phone. I don't wear a watch because I break them. My poor wife understands. We have a drawer in our kitchen where are about 75 broken phones because I will let the phone ring. I will never answer a phone, but I will let the phone ring twice, and if it rings more than twice, bang, I break it. Now, I'm also the guy, that uses weapons. So I know I have such ambivalence towards order of any kind. I just got to stay away from it. So I dictate. I know if I try to do an outline, if I separate my works from my faith to that extent, I say, you know what? Let's do an outline and let me just get under a bridge with some dope and a fifth of vodka, and I'll be right back. So I don't do no outlines. I let faith govern my works. Now, I do know that because my kids show me all of this stuff, that there are portals or overtures or whatever the fuck it is, where you don't need nobody's permission anymore. That thing where the wizard says, hey, ignore the man behind the curtain. The little dwarf, I am Oz the great and terrible. And then, it's just another little Jew back there. And I say that with tremendous, I'm a huge Jew. I'm a very observant Jew. This is how I know it's not a punishing God, that I've not just been struck by lightning. So, if you want to tell your stories in such a way that if you accept that you are free and that the organization of your stories should testify to the Spirit expressing itself in works. Because whether or not we want it, that's what our stories do anyway. If they don't testify to it in a way which is accessible, that's why Paul talks about the difference between echolalia. Is that what speaking in tongues? Is that what echolalia is? Oh, this is a low-rent crowd. Well, he says, to some the gift is speaking in tongues. To others it is prophecy. Now, but we are prophets. Speaking in tongues, you don't understand. That's a private kind of process. To prophecy is to tell stories. And in the, and unless you think that this is that I'm some kind of religious fanatic, a professor is a teacher. What I want to do is I'm going to give. I got a whole bunch of series ideas, and I want to set up a college. I have several names in mind: the Writers College or Big Wave Dave University, but I think it's going to be the Writers College, and I'm going to endow it, and I'm going to give it a whole bunch of very good series ideas, and anybody who wants to work on them, I will work with in classes, which will be filmed, so that everyone who wants to watch on the Overture portal or whatever the fuck it is will also be a part of this community. And will be vested in ownership. And don't worry about how it's going to work. The Lao Tzu said, when the Tao is lost, then men begin to speak of good and evil. Everybody's going to have a different fucking plan. Well, what's the percentage? Shakespeare and Lear says, thy life is a gift. This is a gift. And you are vested in this gift as a gesture of faith. The work is the giving of this gift. And God bless the negotiators on both sides. And, we're going to find out whose virile member ultimately is bigger. And then we'll settle. But in the meantime, you are not disempowered and you are not disenfranchised. And my sole stipulation is that you too must become teachers. You must give the way that you vest yourselves in ownership is through volunteering. The wonderful writer Cubby Selby, who was a pretty good drunk himself, and his old man used to try and murder him 3 or 4 times a week. He'd put them in the oven. He'd try and boil them to death. You know, he'd go after them with a knife. Now, Cubby had this kind of an ambivalent attitude towards order himself, you know. He started to drink when he was, 8, 9 years old. Joins the Merchant Marine. He gets tuberculosis. He's put in the hospital when he's 17. Loses all but a quarter of one of his ribs. He's in the hospital for 3.5 years. Nobody ever came to see him, not once. Did you ever read Last Exit to Brooklyn? He wrote that. Hubert Selby wrote that. Kind of a dark piece of work, surprisingly enough. Anyways, so he gets married. They have a kid. You know, he beats his wife senseless 3 or 4 times a week, strangely enough. And she winds up, she says, you know, you're going to murder me. You're going to murder me. So I'm going to leave. But I'm going to leave Billy with you because I know you won't kill him. And if I take him, you'll kill yourself. So she splits, and he's left with the kid, and he stops drinking. But by his own account, you know, he's not sober particularly because he's filled with rage, and so he's talking to his sponsor in AA. He says, you know, I think the sponsor says, I think you have an amends to make to your father. So Cubby says, I have an amends to make the guy that boiled me, you know, 3 or 4 times a week. And he said, well, you seem to not be at peace here. So Cubby, hey, fuck you, or words to that effect, he says to his sponsor. Now, he didn't have 10 cents. He didn't have 10 cents. And Christmas is coming, and so he takes his kid to a shelter for Christmas Eve, and they serve food. They serve soup and stuff to the mendicants. And Cubby says, it was like a light was coming off my boy. And all of the people that he was serving, they basked in his radiance. And I went back, he borrowed a dime. He called his old man. And he says, how you doing, Dad? And he says, well, I'm dying. And Cubby says, well, what can I do? He says, well, you can pray for me. So he goes back to his sponsor. He says, well, what the fuck was that about? What's the amends that I had to make to him? He said, well, the amends you had to make was to be the son who showed his father the cruelty that a human is capable of. And in forgiving him, you came to forgive yourself. So now his old man starts to come to him in dreams. And he tells him how to help Billy. Billy's a doctor now. His boy. And they're talking and stuff, and Cubby finally says, you know, we could never ever talk. All you tried to do when you were alive was kill me. And now, you know, he says, well, I'm sober now. But I can't stay sober unless you do. And the Spirit was telling Cubby that his father was alive in imagination. But he couldn't live unless Cubby showed his faith in works. Now that's the burden that each of us carries as an artist. And part of prophecy is teaching. And what will heal you, even when you aren't working, and trust me on this one thing, when you aren't writing, don't trust a goddamn thing that you think about your identity as a writer, because it is the work which generates and purifies faith. So when you're not working, your sense of yourself as separate will start to, you'll start to indwell with resentment and doubt and misgiving, and you'll start to engage in magical thinking. You know, that's what I used to do. I used to write the same 12 pages, word for word, every day for a long time, thinking that, well, if I do it on the 12 times 12 multiple, I will be free. I'll be able to change a word. That's magical thinking, which is epiphenomenal, you know, or whatever, obsessive. Wiring gets a little fucked up, you know. But faith fixes wiring. And so we are going to, all of us, we will stay in touch with each other. Tomorrow we'll talk about certain writing exercises that are available to you every day, whether you have a contract or a project or whatever we need, so that when we're sitting in Starbucks, you know, thinking, well, I guess they don't know who I am, but I think they're getting a sense of it. We can give all that shit up. Okay, so we'll get back together 1 o'clock tomorrow. Yesterday we were talking about how a writer, or someone who became a writer, how the same organizing principle could move someone to murder or to become, you know, the most successful writer by some measures in history. Which was St. Paul, that attaching his faith to an idea that God was himself affiliated with a particular group, ultimately rationalized the commission of murder. In other words, if you give yourself to logic as an organizing principle, the rigors of logic can lead you by very logical steps to some pretty strange destinations. Paul's reasoning was the prophets had said the Messiah will come to the Jews. And when the Messiah comes, it will be the end of days. Now think of this as writers as your allegiance to an outline, okay? I made the outline, I'm sticking to it, okay? And I believe in my outline. So here's the outline. The Messiah is going to come back to earth for the Jewish people. So far I'm with him. When he comes, it will be the end of days. Jesus came, proclaiming himself the Messiah. Where's the end of days? He must not have been a Messiah. Anyone, therefore, proclaiming that he is the Messiah is doing the work of the devil. If he's doing the work of the devil, he needs to be iced. Send me in, coach. Because allegiance to the outline can, if what you're really looking for is approval from power, you can go any place. Now, what freed Paul from? Because Paul had talent and he had conviction, and one way or another, if you're brave enough when somebody asks you what you do, if you say I'm a writer, whether or not you believe it, and most brave people don't, you're brave, and you have some conviction. Whether you have talent, we don't know each other that well at the moment, but I will tell you that Ezra Pound once said, for every writer who fails for lack of talent, 1,000 fail for lack of character. So you're here, you have good taste. I'm going to believe you have talent. And we know you're brave. So let's examine the question of how Paul got from murder, where he was a big murderer. He killed the first. He killed one of the 12 apostles. You can get jammed up for that. St. Stephen. And then the bosses said, today is a great thing. I'm watching the findings of the Mitchell investigation about the use of steroids in baseball. They tried to give the part to Claude Rains, but then they found out he was dead. When Claude Rains comes out, he says, "There's gambling in the back of this institution." There was a big strike in baseball. Interesting. We're on strike. And the people felt it was quite a betrayal. And that type of conviction is available to you when your chosen Jones isn't, right? You feel betrayed. Where's the dealer, for Christ's sake? You can't rely on this cocksucker. He said he was going to be on the corner at 2:30. Well, most dealers are also users. Anyways, so that was a digression upon a digression, wasn't it? So here in the steroid investigation, so after the strike is settled, now they want people back in the ballparks. All the athletes start using dope, start using steroids, to pump themselves up. All of a sudden, people are hitting 60 home runs, 70 home runs. Now, the owners know what's going on. It wouldn't surprise. The guys who were selling the steroids were all the clubhouse guys. And the clubhouse guys weighed on average 375 pounds, previously weighing 112. Claude Rains, right? So now attendance goes through the roof, all the records are broken, and it's getting a little embarrassing. Barry Bonds goes from a size 6 1/4 to a size 17 head. And the owners say, "No, I haven't noticed anything." Do you feel his head is bigger? Because they're making a fucking fortune, right? Now it gets so bad that, people are looking to give up the athletes because they can earn. You know, they can earn by giving them up. So they give them up, and now the owners have to say, after all this time, how could we have missed it? You know, 15 years, Mitchell says. It's been rampant. He says, I am not convinced that it was used by more than half of the players. So now they outlaw it today. And they name names, but they say, we don't believe anyone should be punished because we believe we should look forward. So what they're saying is, we got ours, right? Now, the one guy who's going to get punished, unless someone has a little impulse towards justice, is the guy whose hat size swole up, because he was a black man who was not very obsequious to white people. And there are certain sins we forgive and certain sins we don't. But that was a digression, wasn't it? So here's Paul, and the same logic which has moved him to murder. Because what? Because he wants to be part of, in a fashion not dissimilar from the writer who wants to be part of the bosses. He wants to be inside the temple, like the priests, in Jerusalem. And he wants to be inside the temple so bad that he will do things that the priests have to disavow. So he whacks this guy. He says, listen, to the priests, you said this is the deal. If Christ was the Messiah, it should be the end of days. It's not the end of days. These people are full of shit, right? Don't you want me to go after them? Well, yes and no, Paul. We're all making a good dollar here. Let's be candid. Can't we be a little broad-minded about this? I have an idea. They are berserk. The Christians are berserk in Damascus. Fuck them up. Go fuck them up. So he goes, he says, I'm a little lonely on the road here. And whatever we were saying yesterday, strange circulatory or wiring problems he had in his noggin. He had a seizure, he hears Christ's voice, and he goes in a different direction. The voice said, open your heart. The voice said, this voice you hear, am available to everyone. And you will be my vessel. You will convey that message. And you'll convey it in all different ways. But it's going to be the same idea over and over and over again with very good examples. That's all writing is. The same idea over and over and over again with very good examples. The idea is the idea that Paul was promulgating, which is that all things are expressions of the same divinity. All things. And one way he said it was to the Jew and also to the Gentile. I'll tell you some other ways he said it. Believe me, I am a believer in the Baha'i faith. You don't have to worry I'm going to try and convert you to anybody. What is the Baha'i faith? Or you want to hear a funny story about that? Where I say, I believe in it. What is it? Simpson and Bruckheimer. I had begun to do pretty well there in television, which is a fallen medium, as we know. But they write quick. These guys can write quick. So Simpson and Bruckheimer hire me to fix a script. And they're taking me into the temple. They're showing me around a little bit. And they say, do you want to see the trailer for Crimson Tide? Because it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Now, there are some competing impulses going on here. I don't want to have to talk to these guys too long. I want to get loaded. I want the money because they're paying me in a paper bag, which is how the agent, he's idiosyncratic that way, Dave. I don't want to have to fucking see the trailer for Crimson Tide, At first they show me this table with the thing, the V that becomes one, where they bang the horse simultaneously, and the lightning. And I said, Jesus Christ, whoa, that's fabulous. And you leave the cum right on the desk. We have someone who comes in and. But Crimson Tide, I don't want to see Crimson. So I says, now, by way of not having to see it, I tell these guys, I'll tell you something. Because I want to get right to work on a script. I want to get right to work on the fix. But I'm going to say this to you. Nobody but you guys would have the balls to do that story. And God bless you for using your power toward a good. To have a lot of people say, the Alabama football coach and the first black quarterback. Because they said, Gene is great in it and Denzel is great in it. Now I know what it's about. Alabama is called the Crimson Tide, the football team. Right? I don't want to have to see the fucking trailer. So I say the balls that you have, an interracial thing like that, and integrating athletics, and they're looking at me. They said, it's a submarine movie. I said, please, you guys are famous for a wonderful sense of humor. And I hope you realize you can take a little bit of a gag, a little bit of a joke. So the idea of this one message, to recur to our topic, of the exact same impulse, a yearning to be part of, to be made use of, a desire to believe, sometimes at the cost of a purity of vision, that the keepers of the temple must be out for good, can lead you to commit murder. Same guy. Or to rather now you know how Paul proselytized. Now, first he did it in person. He would go to different places because after Damascus, they didn't want him in Damascus either. So he'd sail or he'd ride or whatever the fuck he did, and he would show up. And because Christ had said first to the Jew, then to the Gentile, so the first thing he would do is go to the temple, and he would get the shit kicked out of him in every community. And then he would go out among the Gentiles, and he would deliver this message, that salvation is available to everyone who confess Christ crucified, which is simply to say that God submits himself to suffer in the appearance of man, that man may recognize God's presence. And he's converting them left and right. You talk about I Love Lucy doing well. Everywhere he goes, it's a complete change. Then after he goes, because after all he's a writer, and after he is in the spirit with the people, after he's doing his work, and he's good, and let me read you this. That was what I was going to do. Corinthians, you cocksucker. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries, Law and Order, CSI, and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could move mountains and have not charity, I'm nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Even Dick Wolf. My God, with all that that man has accomplished, it profiteth him nothing. Well, what's he doing with all that money? I've asked him for it repeatedly, but charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Now let me stop for a second. Pretty good writing, isn't it? Just as writing. It's pretty good writing. And if you were, say, if you were a musician or something, you say, oh, my brother is on a roll. Or my brother is saying something. And that sense of, now, of being on a roll allows us to infer that the excellence of the message is based on the principles of association of its components. Now go back, I'm going to go back, and we think that we would like to, don't go anywhere with that baby. That's music, okay? Please, don't worry about nothing. We think, oh, it's the content of what he's saying. And because of all our experiences of religion, we think, yeah, it's very good. It's very good thinking. Very good thinking. But that ain't what's going on. It is the juxtaposition of things and the way that one begets the next until finally it becomes we have a sense of the comprehensiveness of what is being said by its rhythms and juxtapositions. I will tell you later in this conversation or in another one that content tests and verifies the implicit assumptions of form. And Paul's religious vision affirms at the level of content the perfection of the communication which he accomplishes because he has given his soul to God. That's a guy that did a murder, folks. That's a serious thing. And let me tell you something. The first murder is always the toughest. I suppose that's funny. Once you start, you can get on that kind of roll too. And he stopped. And let me go on now and feel the music. Feel the music at the level of form, even as your heart is lifted up by the content. Charity doth not behave itself unseemly, and sometimes it's translated as love. Seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Now, think of the Big Bang and the billowings that came forth from whatever that initial source of energy was, and the way it spun as well as it drove. And watch this cloud get bigger of language. Feel it get bigger. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Charity never faileth, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see as through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three. But the greatest of these is charity. Now, among other things, if you give your heart to the encounter with those words, you will know how to write. Because the principle of because Paul had given himself the logic, and it led him to murder. But the principle of association, remember yesterday I was saying, the idea that any idea which is based on subject-object relationships, I and it, the thinker and the thought, must ultimately generate logic as its organizing principle and must be wrong. And logic murders faith. That's why I don't use an outline. Because an outline is an expression of fear. And I must trust that the Spirit will move with me. I know what it is to murder and to want to be in the temple. And I've been blessed to have heard the voice asking why I persecuted him. Every writer does. The trick is to train yourself to listen. Now, how do we do that? You're here, aren't you? Red Bull. It's a stimulant. We're friends. We can be candid with each other. It's a stimulant. Oh, sure, I say it's a health drink. But no one pays any attention to me anyway. You're here as an act of faith. Could be one of the reasons you're here. You could also be here as an exercise in logic. Well, what is he, he says he's going to present ideas for a series. There could be work here. There could be money here. There could be admission to the temple here. If you entertain any impurity of motive, that's your ticket of admission. And the energy released by accepting the purifying effect of the rhythms and juxtapositions of association, which are not merely linguistic, but are also experiential, can purify the nature of your connection to your art. Isn't that something? That's a good idea, isn't it? Now, we're on strike. I don't want to get fucked up, and so I'm doing this so that I can be with my brothers and sisters, because only by works can I cohabit with my faith. And we're going to set out here on a little bit of a project. And impurity of motive is going to be all those seemingly empty seats. That's impurity of motive. And every one of them, invisible, omnipresent, continuous. Ooh, you shitbird, impurity of motive. And I see him. See, you think this, we're about 25% occupancy. I see him every place because I bring him with me. Now, here's one of the things that separates, that seems to make this subject an object, right? As you experience me, well, he's very smart, but he's very wacky. And somehow, that's why he's making the big bucks, and I'm not. So I have to sort of listen to him. I have to kind of slit the envelope of his wackiness, extract whatever it is cohabits with his wackiness, make an outline, and take it to NBC. I'm going to give you an idea. I'm going to tell you one. Is Scott here? Scott Shepard? You're not Scott. That man's an imposter. That I will not countenance. Get him the sorry, Scott Wilson, my assistant. I guess he's not here. That's somebody I see at the racetrack. I see him at the racetrack a lot. And who helped me yesterday? Is that person here who helped me yesterday when I forgot and I said, what was I talking about? And they raised their hand. Are you here? Is that you? Look how timid she is. She's one of those helpful people who keeps a low profile. What's your name? Juan. Juan? Would you stand up for a sec so I can thank you? Now, isn't that an uncomfortable experience for you, Juan? Not too bad, and it gets better every second that goes by, right? Because you feel the nice feelings that people have. Thank you so much. Thank you. And the reason that I asked about you was because, don't you worry about me and sustaining my train of thought? Don't you think to yourself, oh man, it's obviously he doesn't have long. And I only hope that Christ he gives out the story ideas. Now, here's a paradox. How many writers do you know that you pull for? You hate them all, don't you? It's nice to pull for another writer, isn't it? And the reason you're pulling for me is because I'm operating on faith. I ain't working from an outline. And you feel my vulnerability and the tenuousness of my hold on the organizing principle of my presentation. And you try to help me to sustain the organization of my presentation. That's structure. Enlisting the energy of the viewer so that rather than opposing it and saying, okay, here was the crime, 10:14 p.m., Wellesley College, dut, 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 whatever that music is that they have, dut, dut, the chambers of the church, dut, 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 dut. Structure's going to give you everything. And you say, I'll tell you why I like it. I like it because even though the names of the series are different, it's really the same show. And the seeming difficulty of accessing the past, that's taken care of. All of a sudden, whoosh, the camera, CSI, you ever see that? Well, we were having a beef, and whoosh, now we're back in the past. And we get to see the beef. Judges' chambers, lawyers' chambers, perpetrators' chambers. And now a different show, Crime and Punishment, the judge, the jury, and the cleaning person. NBC, Heroes, The Journeyman, The Past, The Future, The Promise, all of which is to say, relax. We're going to give it to you. And the beauty is you can do your laundry. It used to be you worried if you missed it, but we're on pretty much continuously, one channel or another. And I'll tell you what's fun. Take the last act of CSI, put it in the middle of Law and Order. Take Cops. Well, so that's an outline. But faith, as Paul discovered, was generated by the willing submission in all of our imperfection, juxtaposed with an announcement of the deepest sense that my identity is fulfilled only in my relationship to you. And the reason for that is because we are not actually separate. So that when I asked anyone, can you help me? Juan so beautifully reminded me of where I was. And didn't you feel great afterwards? At a certain point, the observer's energy to the observer goes outside of herself and also feels a part of. Now, I was talking to you yesterday about we feel that way about our children, we feel that way about our pets, but how about feeling that way about the world? That at some level, the world is our home, that all of us have some sort of mystic connection, which is testified to rhythmically, conceptually, but all of these elements simultaneous rather than logical and sequential. So, now I'm gonna give you an idea for a show. How you feeling? Hey, you want to hear a story? Because I am a keen student of human nature. I had not met this gentleman, so 3 or 4 days ago, I'm talking to a group of quasi-fucking bosses. And I think you have gathered by now that I don't do well, as long as I am active, I can accommodate my hatred. But the minute I begin to be an observer, I posit the most. So this gentleman was sitting off in the corner, and he was like this while I was talking. And I'm thinking, sure, well, he's probably some fucking, Meet the Press or Law and Order or one of these miserable bastards. And finally I say, he asked to speak. I says, oh, go ahead and speak instead of sitting over there like the passive-aggressive cocksucker you are, making people think, oh, he's very boring. He's reviewing my performance. That's my ambivalence to order when I am not in the spirit. And in fact, this gentleman then presented the crystallization and made coherent everything I was trying to say. And he had been moved. And that was why he had his head down. And that's why I have to keep working. Because when I'm not working, I am an unlovely creature. So I'm so glad that you're here and that you've forgiven me. And then, with characteristic authenticity, I tried to make my apologies by offering him money. Isn't that right? I kept trying to give him $5,000. Feeling pretty good, huh? So here's the story. And then I'm going to take you back to how I got the idea for the series. And I'm going to try and trace for you all of the associations that we bring to the premise of the story that we conceive, and how, as writers, the thought of structure can purify some of the less than authentic connections of our personal association to the materials. You know, when you think about, well, the premise of a series, and everybody is sitting there, if you're in with the bosses, saying, oh, this is what they'll like. Trying to figure out what they want. What we as writers know is, the more fundamental question is, what can I do? And I, as a sociopath, in terms of just meeting deadlines and stuff, I'm very good in a room. Well, Dave, do you think you can have it in 2 months? I said, I think I can have it in 6 weeks. Don't hold me to it, but 2 months isn't going to be tough. Now, I have no intention of delivering in 2 months. But I also understand that they don't give a fuck either. All they want to do is come out of the meeting saying he's going to do it, and if he doesn't, I'm going to have someone to blame, which is really all that fearful people want, is to know that they'll have, he said he could do it. This no good son, but he's got talent. So now what have they done? They got 5 months to do their project instead of 2 months, and the last 3 months they got from blaming me. I'm down for that if you pay me. I'm not as stupid as I look. Oh, wait, I'll tell you one story about that. This is horrible. You know who the Jainists are? Who are the Jainists? And what sort of idiosyncratic habit do they have? And they've been known to drink urine. It's just a little stray piece of information. So I had, let's see, I don't know, I'd left whatever, I guess I'd left MTM or something, and I'd been signed by Columbia. And there was an interval in between, you know, when one contract kicked in, and when one contract ended and the other one kicked in, and I thought, you know, let me try and kick though. I'm researching the various lockdowns and all this shit. And the only thing is, I said, don't put me in with any of these fucking religious fanatics. You know, because that ain't going to work. Plenty of Advil, plenty of whatever the fuck it is. So I go, I go through the withdrawal and stuff, which, you know how you're, oh, I'm afraid it's going to be terrible. It was, believe me, it was just as terrible as I was afraid it was. But, you know, I was, as they would say, dry if not sober. And so now I got to go to work for these people. And all of my act is intact, you know. And it was just at the time when MTV and all that shit, when the wisdom was long-form television is dead. But if anyone can bring it back, it's this maniac. So they're, and all of these guys are the heads of long-form, the heads of this. So they're looking at me. And I say, boys, you have not misplaced your trust. When do you need it? They said, 2 months. Well, I think I can do it in 6 weeks. But 2 months is going to be no fucking problem. Now, the only problem at this point is I'm not using. And I'm kind of suicidally depressed. What's funny about that? So my wife is here, she'll remember. I tended to lie in the darkness. That was about it. Daylight, nighttime. Where's Dave? Oh, he's lying in the darkness. Tick-tock, you know, the time's going by, this and that. So whatever it is, the 6 weeks comes up. They call me up. How's it coming? I said, you didn't get it? They said, no, we didn't get it. Did you send it? I said, oh, Jesus Christ almighty. I'll tell you what, I sent my only fucking copy. Are you kidding? You didn't get it? Now, this is the first creative work I've done since I kicked dope, right? Well, let's check. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but after you check, if you don't find it, do you mind fucking firing whoever lost it? So we fired the whole mail room, whatever it is. Well, let me go to work on it. Jesus Christ! So now another 6 weeks go by, you know, and now I am actively contemplating, you know, shuffling off the mortal coil. And they say, listen, we're here with our attorneys. They call me up. You're not fucking with us. And all of a sudden, they aren't that intimidated anymore because now we're playing their game, which is doing nothing. Are you doing nothing? Because that's our job. I says, you know, as it happens today, I'm not feeling well, but you are pissing me off. Why don't you come out and say what you're accusing me of? You're saying I haven't been working? Now they're back. Oh, he's crazy. So now they're more comfortable. Oh, no, we're not saying that. We aren't saying that, but it's just, you know, it was lost. You didn't make a copy. I says, it so happens I don't know how to use any of those fucking machines. I'm not sure they're here to stay anyway. So, now I think, I got to get going. I got to get going. I say, well, but what's all this stuff about the noose and all of that stuff? How can I put that in the premise of the show? You know, because the premise of the show was supposed to be about a family so that was all undercover. One of them was the actual criminal, and the other three were cops who were living with him, and they were just whatever. It wasn't my idea. And my whole thought process is, okay, so it's the one guy who's a released convict, and he has this inexplicable desire to hang himself. And every time he keeps trying to hang himself, he goes into the room, and the cops are trying to hang themselves. I think that's not going to work. How is that a show? So... Anyways, I'm not going to linger on this, but so finally the day comes when they say, are you coming in? And I've canceled 4 or 5 times. Now, this you're not going to believe. I'm in an auto accident. I got hit here. I can't get in. You know. So we've exhausted all of the logistical excuses and stuff. So I says, all right, listen, I'll pitch it to you on the phone. I'll pitch it to you on the phone. Because at least I can stay in darkness, right? And I'm not actually able to dress myself because I wasn't that far along in my recovery, you know. But I brought up, you know, some apple juice, and I said, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So I start yep. And as Paul says, you know, it's always out there for us. It's always waiting for us if we accept it. I start talking. It starts to make kind of good sense, you know. I engage with the premise, and it begins to humanize itself, and I'm going along. I'm thinking, you know, my only problem is I've drunk the apple juice. I need to urinate. Well, no one's watching. So I urinate in the cup that I was drinking the apple juice from. I put it down. I keep going, you know. What's so tough about that? What's coming? Yeah, I drank the piss. Middle of the pitch, I drank the piss. I don't know. I don't see what's in it for the Janus, you know. Anyways. Nice. Who was it who said that? Chekhov or Ibsen, you know? Don't put the gun over the fireplace unless you're going to shoot it in the third act. So, back to the series idea and how one came to it. But just one more digression. Okay, what time is it? In what time zone? So we started an hour. We've been going for an hour. That's not too bad. Okay, what's the digression? You can't remind me because I haven't told you yet. Coleridge. Anybody read? Go ahead. Come on. Get up here. Yes, you are. Or I'm coming down there. Come on, tell me what you mean. If you say, oh, my fucking God, now you got to testify. Come on, we're going to hold hands.
Okay. I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to sit down. You were talking, and as you were talking, it occurred to me that what I had to say to you was that Coleridge said, grant me a being having two natures, the one of which tends to expand infinitely while the other attempts to apprehend or find itself within that infinity, and I will make rise up before you all the human intelligences and all their manners of representation. And then you mentioned fucking Coleridge.
My brother.
That's weird.
No, it's not weird. We know what it is. We don't have to say it.
That's insane. Jesus Christ.
It's not insane. So, another version of what this gentleman just quoted to you. Nice memory. I'm only that good with resentments and grievances. In the Biographia Literaria, which I commend to your attention, he was a junkie, Coleridge. And that was before they had Metamucil. He was afflicted with horrible constipation, and the measures that he had to take were not pretty. Coleridge made an effort to distinguish between fancy and imagination as a principle of association. Now, this is very, very important, because if you give up the outline, which is logic, if you take a step back and think what we're doing here, you are watching me associate as a principle of organization in our communion with each other. I'm associating one experience with another experience. I'm reacting to you. An imaginative association, Coleridge would suggest, is what we are doing now, which is that available to us on the basis of this shared experience is an understanding of the substance of the experience. That is how the artist gains access to the imagination of his audience through the provision of and the vitalizing of, the bringing to life of experiences to which the viewer can relate on the basis of the operations of the imagination of the storyteller. Not because there's a prior expectation that, okay, at the end of the first act, Judge Chambers, but as a vital exchange of energy. That's the way the universe works, okay? A fanciful association, and this is the danger or the burden of the inauthenticity that those of us who work without outlines must bear in the achievement of the act of imagination, and that is fancy. Now, I kind of tried to plant just the way I did with the urine, when we were talking about principles of association, and this gentleman said, oh, I was thinking of Coleridge, and you said Coleridge. And I suggest that that is not an accident, but that the substance of what I was suggesting was bringing to mind an imaginative association from this gentleman's past of where had he encountered those ideas before. So that's not an accident, nor is it a fanciful connection. It is an imaginative connection. That's what art does. We are creating art together here. The audience is always a participant with the artist in the creation of the art by apprehending it in faith, which is why I urge you, not to watch Law and Order, which is an exercise in logic. A fanciful association is a private association. The example I often use is when I hear, I'm old enough to remember this, but probably no one else here is. There was a song called Runaway by Del Shannon. Anybody? Well, that doesn't prove to me that you know what I mean. So whenever I hear Runaway, I think of the first blowjob I got from a white girl. Now, that's a fanciful association, by which I mean it just so happened that the first time I had successfully forced a girl's head down on my bureau member, Runaway was playing on the radio. There is nothing intrinsic in the music of Runaway that would make anyone else think of the first time he experienced oral sex with a member of any race. A private association. As we conceive of the premises of the art which we would share with others, we encounter this paradox that the things in our experience which have disposed us, perhaps, to become artists, the sense of being outside looking in a little bit, invariably are fanciful associations. which is to say that the thing that sets us apart typically is atypical or wounded or hurtful. There is nothing inherent, for example, in the experience of being a son that would generate the particular type of associations that I have with being a son. Yet the experiences that I had in being a son are what disposed me to that sense of doubleness, which in certain environments could lead to the commission of a murder, or by the grace of God could move me to want to share my faith as the only moment of behavior which liberates me from my fanciful associations. It's an interesting paradox, isn't it? Which most of us resolve by trying to go to work inside the temple. Which is to say, we look for surrogates for whatever experience we had which made us feel as if we were outside the temple to bring us back inside the temple. That's why so many writers pursue abusive relationships with their employers. Isn't that interesting? Don't be sorry. Don't be. Come here. Come here. Come here. What's your name?
Eric.
Hold my hand. Come on. You got. No. Hold this hand. Now everyone says, Eric, we forgive you. Eric, we forgive you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't you feel better? So, how to determine that one's connection with the premise of a series is imaginative rather than fanciful. Now, one way to turn away from the fanciful and possibly hurtful associations with our past, which after all is one way or another always going to be the substance of our storytelling, is to turn it over to somebody else. Go to the hurtful surrogate for whatever originally created our sense of doubleness and say, what do you want? I'll give it to you. I got the talent. Tell me what you want me to do. That's a way of avoiding the curative process of taking the fanciful association with the past and making it imaginatively available to the audience, which, if we're able to make the journey, will heal us. That's what Paul figured out. So I'm gonna give you one show to do, and this kid that I saw over at that I used to see at the racetrack a lot. This is a show that's set at the racetrack about the rivalry between two great racehorses, which lasted over several years. Now, just to get to the end before we start at the beginning, and we won't go on too long. What time is it now? And when did I stop being lost? About 2:20. So it's an hour and 10 minutes. That's not too bad. You want to take a break or something? Anyone need to make a sissy? You can. Of course, I always do it right where I'm sitting. So. The trick is there's no shame in doing it right where you're sitting. The shame is drinking it subsequently. Unless you are a person of a particular religious conviction. So isn't it fun when a seeming irrelevancy then by the accumulation of subsequent associations is made to make sense and seem like, oh, he's not crazy, he got out of it. That's storytelling, folks. And I'm trying to testify to the fact that every seeming digression, if you stand back far enough and if you have enough faith, is part of a single experience. That's why, some people say that the artist is God's fool. So the racetracks, two great racehorses. One comes from South America. One is bred here in America. And one is very unfashionable, and the other is very fashionably bred. And the thing that they have in common is that they're owned by different types of asshole. But I should have told you this in making a distinction between fancy and imagination as a principle of organization and connection. It's a funny joke. These, well, some of you are probably alcoholics, probably are alcoholics. But anyways, there's and if you go to a bar, certain bars open like at 6 in the morning, and you tend not to get a high class clientele at that point, and so those of us who would frequent bars at whatever juncture in our experience at 6 in the morning, very few people who drink at 6 in the morning can get the glass to their lips unaided. And so, you wrap something around your neck and you get the glass and this thing, and then you like that. And you hear, mostly what you hear is people trying to achieve the placement of mucus in their lungs at that time of the because they're also, they smoke a lot. So anyway, these, and people don't talk a lot in there. But anyway, so there's two guys in there, and they're sort of looking at each other, and they throw 3 or 4 down, whatever it takes to even out, the shakes and get the mucus placement right. And now they're feeling good enough that they can exhibit a little hostility. Because they've been checking each other out. And he says, what, is there something in particular about me that interests you? And I says, you're familiar to me. Oh, really? Well, why don't you, I assume you're keeping a journal, why don't you write it in a fucking journal and say that I saw a guy who was familiar to me, and then go drink somewhere else because you're pissing me off. So the other guy says, let me just ask you one question. Are you from Erie, Pennsylvania? And the other guy says, what is this, some kind of fucking joke? What, are you a process server or some fucking thing? I assume you know I'm from Erie, Pennsylvania. Well, see, this is the thing. I think I'm not a process server. I think I recognize you. From where? How the fuck do I know where you recognize me from? Did you go to Bishop Phelan High School? Oh, now we're getting into fucking X-Files territory. I did go to Bishop Phelan High School. What year? He says 1967 I graduated. I graduated in 1967. So where did you live? Hallam Road. I lived on Hallam. So the bartenders, watch this. Another guy comes in, and he sits down. The bartender looks up from his paper. The guy says, how you doing? The bartender's pouring the third guy a drink. And the guy says, what's going on? He says, no, nothing. The Thompson twins are shit-faced again. So, a lot of times that what would seem to be a fanciful association, in fact, conceals an imaginative connection, a genuinely shared experience, and we have to tell ourselves that it's fanciful. Because, for example, it's hard to deal with some of the complications of fraternity. So at one level, that's very funny, and yet at another level, the reason we laugh, Freud said, laughter is the release of fear at the things survived. That what would seem to be a devastating experience, two guys so far gone, and I take the trouble, before getting to the punchline, of trying to bring the atmosphere alive in the bar. What it's really like to drink in a bar at 6 o'clock. To create an atmosphere of reality which makes the culmination of the story, which is a joke, somehow it has sunk its roots a little deeper than that. And just vaguely we have a sense that there's a tragedy which took place, and we don't even know that consciously. That's what we do when we take what we say is simply just a funny story and give it our spirits in the process of delivery. That's all we have to do as artists. So anyways, now it's not self-evident. I didn't see people suddenly begin to beam when I said this is a series about the racetrack, right? It's not something that most people care about one way or another. Horses are nice. Gambling isn't nice. People who gamble are not nice people. For one thing, their hygiene tends not to be very good. Why? For the same reason. Junkies' hygiene isn't good. And I have been all of these things because they have given themselves to an obsession. And the other aspects of their humanity have become a little derelict because their obsession has... I remember the first time before I shot up, the dealer said to me, now, Doogy's going to give... heroin's going to give you everything, but you're going to have to give everything to heroin, which, as it turned out, includes hygiene. By the end, you're what they say about a junkie is, hey, I'll steal your dope and help you look for it. Everything goes. So now I believe that if, and I've spent a lot of time at the racetrack doing research, honorable research, and I believe that there is a story which can sink its roots very, very deep and engage the viewer's imagination. And if you look at the two elements of what I was saying, well, gamblers aren't very pretty, but horses are kind of nice. And I suspect that not too many people here spend every day watching the racetrack channel, right? But how many people were upset when Barbaro broke his leg? Anybody see that? The horse that was in the Kentucky Derby? Don't be shy now. This is good for you. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Did you see him when he broke his leg and the jockey was trying to pull him up? That could kind of break your heart. And part of what broke your heart is that the horse was doing what he was born to do. And it was going to kill him. And then he lived for a while. And then we thought to ourselves, well, maybe, see, that's what rich people can do. These rich people were very dignified, very nice, and they spent millions and millions of dollars trying to help this horse survive. And what anybody who's spent any time at the racetrack and or owned horses, which I have, knows is he was going to die. And the rest of what, and only someone who was very, 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 very rich would be able to keep him alive for as long as he was kept alive. And eventually, what had happened to him was going to kill him, because horses, what looks like their foot ain't their foot, it's their toe. They have evolved in such a way that they run on one toe, and there isn't enough circulation in there, you know. And when this breaks, then this breaks, and the circulatory system cannot sustain the kind of trauma. And what they do is, this is a tragic paradox, they off weight. They take their weight off the injured foot, and they begin to put so much weight on the other foot that it's the other foot that goes. And they get what's called a laminitis, an inflammation of the lining. And then, as it inflames, the toe rotates so that what we think is the foot turns backwards. And the pain that the horse is in is intolerable. And so, knowing all of those things, typically what they do when a horse sustains that type of catastrophic injury is they put a tent up on the track and they kill the horse right on the track. Now that kind of engages you, doesn't it? Even if you don't like gambling. Well, I came to this knowledge by having originally come to the track through a series of fanciful associations. But I started, here's my first experience at the track. I guess I'm about 5 years old. My old man takes me out to Saratoga. And my dad was an only child, but his mother was the oldest of 10 children. And through a complicated series of events, when her mother passed away, she had already married and had my dad, who was their only child. She kept having miscarriages because she was diabetic, and the kids would be born. You know, my dad weighed 16 pounds when he was born. Diabetics they have too much sugar, whatever the fuck it was. Anyway, he was an only child. Her mother croaked, his grandmother. She moved back into her parents' house, and depending upon how one interprets the data, possibly into her father's bed. Now, of course, the odd man out was my grandfather, who had moved into the house with him, and one suspects it wasn't much fun for my dad either. Now, several of his uncles were his contemporaries, because his mom was the oldest. His grandfather, my great-grandfather, whose bed his mother may or may not have been sharing, not a nice man. Not a nice man. Probably his most endearing characteristic was he was a bootlegger. That was the nicest part of him. All of the boys in the family, my dad's uncles, my great-uncles, he enlisted one way or another to assist him in his business. Somebody wound up dying. And when the cops came, because my great-grandfather was the perfect during Prohibition, what you never wanted to do was collar a really powerful man. What you wanted to do was collar a miserable Jewish jerk, So they came to collar my great-grandfather. He said, my son did it, who was my great-uncle, Nady, who was my dad's uncle, although he was the same age as my dad. So my Uncle Nady had to leave town. He had to change his name. And he went down to New York City, and he got involved in the show business. He wound up starting the Latin Quarter with Lou Walters, Barbara Walters' dad, which is another way of saying he was hooked up. That was how they would, clean money, how the boys would clean money. One of the places he ran before he had the Latin Quarter was what they called a carpet joint in Saratoga, the Piping Rock, which was a casino, like the Nevada casinos. And my Uncle Nady ran the restaurant part of it, and Meyer Lansky owned the place. And my dad, in the summer times, now it's, I guess maybe 10 years had gone by since my Uncle Nady had to leave. And my dad was like 17 or 18. No, probably that. And in the summers, he would work at this carpet joint, the Pipe and Rock, as a busboy. And he loved it, But because my dad was the next generation, the edict was, he had to go to college, and he couldn't be involved in these nefarious activities. And also, I think that there was some sense that he experienced some sense of otherness because of whatever the hell had gone on in that house. So what the people in the family said was, he can't get involved in what we're involved in. And somehow, I think he understood. I'll tell you one story. Nobody was allowed to shoot pool with him. Nobody was allowed to do anything bad because he had to go to college. So my Uncle Chatz comes up to a pool hall once, and my dad's shooting pool with a guy. And my Uncle Chatz took the guy, threw him through, and this is the second story, threw him through the window and broke his neck. So not only did this guy never play pool with my dad, he never walked again. And he would, my Uncle Chatz was, he became a bookmaker and everything. Actually, Rita met my Uncle Chatz before he died. So my dad went on, he became a doctor and all of this stuff. But clearly, Saratoga, the racetrack, was associated in his mind with a lot of unresolved stuff. And every August, he would go up there. Now, my dad took care of, I don't know if any of you know, in The Godfather, when they have those big hearings, when the Senate has the big hearings, that's the, I think I'm doing pretty well, but I understand that people have to leave. I did ask if anybody wanted to split. So those hearings, those were real hearings, the Kefauver Committee. This is, again, Claude Rains saying there's gambling going on there, They're investigating the mob. My old man, by this time, had become a surgeon, and we had so many, and so what he would do is all my Uncle Nady's associates would come when they had been subpoenaed to testify, and he'd give them hernia operations, and they'd live with us in the house. So they wouldn't have to. Now, also, my parents, we had a lot of displaced people from the Second World War living in the house. So there's a combination of quite a strange environment. But anyway, so my old man became a professor of medicine and a very successful surgeon and employed developed all sorts of new techniques. And I'm going to give you another series to do about the formation of the Johns Hopkins Medical School in 1893, which is a way of accommodating another part of my particular experience. My dad had a terrible accident in the military. For whatever combination of reasons, he became a narcotic addict and an alcoholic. And the great surgeon Halstead, who started the surgical department at Johns Hopkins Medical School, was also a heroin addict. And so we'll get back to that in terms of the ways that one finds to neutralize what is fanciful in one's connection to the premise of a series and try to make it more accessible on an imaginative basis, to try to find equivalents for what may seem idiosyncratic in the formative, fanciful connections which one has to a subject, and make it more accessible as the premise for a series which can engage the collective imagination. Anyways, and I'll go quick. So now I'm 5 years old. My old man takes me out to the racetrack. He says, Max the waiter will run your fucking bets for you. He's got $50. I don't want to see you betting more than $5 a fucking race. And he'll run the bets and collect for you. And do not let me see you fucking sneaking out here on your own. I says, okay, Dad. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Now, in the fullness of time, if one allows the God's grace to operate, if one accepts the grace of God, which is constantly operative, it becomes possible to understand that as a gesture of love. That someone who had, as he felt it, lost what might have been the natural environment for his childhood, or who felt, in fact, that that he had been deprived of the very environment in which he grew up, even as he was growing up there, so that he was in a house which was not his own, that something was going on which so radically disempowered his father that his father tried to kill himself going over Niagara Falls. And that in this combination of fanciful associations, because he didn't have the opportunity to be a storyteller, at least, try and make a racket out of it, he would take a 5-year-old boy and scream at him, trying to say, I love you and I hope you're happy. Now, for me, because we want to love the ordering force in our lives. So we integrate, for example, the idea that, well, he's sure right that I'm a shitbird, and that I'm a fucking degenerate. He must have figured that out before I knew it. So, if you're 9 or 10 years old and you're hitchhiking across the border into Canada with no money to go to a flea bag racetrack playing hooky from school and find an occasion, when they catch you jumping the fence, you say, what the fuck I'm doing? Well, I must be some fucking degenerate that I want to do this much. Because we want to love the sources, the organizing sources in our lives. And we will find a way to mask, to distort our apprehension of the world, so that we are able to idealize the ordering forces. And if that winds up producing what I was jokingly referring to yesterday, I'm the piece of shit at the center of the universe, we take that on ourselves. So that creates the sense of doubleness, of being an outsider, but a tremendous yearning toward participation in order. Now, that's how Paul wound up doing murder. It's how I wound up involved in some very strange experiences. One of which was that they would send my brother and I to camp while they were at Saratoga. They'd send us to camp. And I think I was 6 then when I went to camp. And it's a little young for sleepaway camp. But they were at Saratoga, so. So I wept. I wet the bed. I did not drink from the sheets. But I did tend to be visited by one of the counselors because I was obviously so homesick, who wound up sexually violating me for a considerable period of time. And as part of the Stockholm syndrome, where you identify with your captor, I thought he was the greatest guy in the world. And he loved to gamble. And so he would go, on his day off, would go down, and my parents had a box at the racetrack, and he'd stay with my parents. And then when camp was over, he would take my brother and I down there, sit with my folks, Now, when years later I found myself out at the racetrack, for example, like I'm at Yale, right? And I'm, George Bush was a fraternity brother of mine, Dick Pershing, Bob Woodward, all these guys, and because I was kind of extravagant in my behavior, I was interesting to them as kind of a laboratory specimen, and so what I would be saying to these guys is, George, Bob, I know what you want to do. You want to cut class and go to Aqueduct Racetrack with me. And they would be looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I'd get them to go. And so in the complication of time and behavior, this sort of renegade identity, and because I had so blocked whatever set of formative experiences it was that had fixated me on the racetrack, these experiences being so painful, that I forgot they'd even happened. Some of them. So, having forgotten that they'd happened, I was left with the empirical evidence I was a gambling degenerate. Because why the fuck else was I going to the racetrack all the time, dragging George Bush with me? Not only that, jumping ahead a little bit, I become a writer. I'm lucky enough to be a writer, and we'll get back to all that stuff. But so I win the Humanitas Prize, which is given by the Catholic Church, and I look at the guy who's a priest, a Catholic priest, who runs the Humanitas Award, and I said, this guy's a pedophile. He may not know it. I may not know how I know it, but this guy is a bone smoker. He's some kind of sexual degenerate. And inexplicably to myself, when I win the Humanitas Prize, and when I'm expressing my thanks, I said, I just want Father Kaiser to know that I'm going to take this money and buy a racehorse. Now, apart from whatever may seem to be, just like, and everyone says, oh, that Dave, he's such an iconoclast. He's just fucking around. That's what I thought. I mean, I did buy a racehorse. And I won it again the next year. And I'm really kind of going in this guy's, I'm confronting this guy. And he's kind of smiling. And he's looking at me with love. I'm saying, sure, he loves me because he wants to come in my face. And I had some experience with authority figures doing that. So now I teach myself about horse racing. Obviously, and the racetrack, I want you to know, is a nest of vipers. The best in the world. The best thieves in the world. A good criminal, let's say he's a knife guy. A guy is good with a knife. You go a block before you know you were stabbed. And then all of a sudden you realize you were stabbed, and he's gone. That's the people at the racetrack. They know how to do what they're doing. And the people who go to the racetrack, one way or another, who have made a lot of money, are driven by secret motivations that are absolutely secret to them. I remember there's a guy, remember MC Hammer? Hammer Time! A guy like that clearly, had been abused one way or another, so he made $10 million, right? And he shows up at the racetrack. He's going to buy racehorses. He buys them through Wayne Lucas, one of the great criminals of our age. And there are bloodstock agents who sell you these great horses. So Hammer went bankrupt. I think it took him about 9 months to get every cent he had. But the thing was, and it was a wonderful thing to watch, he actually got one good horse. And the bloodstock agent who had somehow let this one get through, because most of the horses, was an object of such ridicule at the track, because they want to fleece you 100%. They want to leave you bleeding and naked. That's what they do. And never knowing that anybody did anything. Thinking, well, that was me. Boy, I made a series of poor choices. So in that environment, which of course was an effort to reconstruct the environment in which I was supposed to, don't let me see you sneaking out here. I have owned the horses, which have won 2 Breeders' Cups. These are the championship races every year. And I taught myself to swim in those waters. And then simultaneously to lose as much money as was necessary to fulfill my father's prophecy. I was a busy boy. And this priest is looking at me the whole fucking time with this smile on his face. And so I won the Humanitas Award like about 10 years later, but by now I'd gotten sober. Not the time that I was just dry. Now I'd been able to let God's grace work in me a little bit. And so I win this prize, and I think, oh, am I going to break this guy's balls again? You know? But there he is sitting next to me. So I say to him, you know, I've never liked Father Kaiser. And I don't know what it is that fucking irritates me about him. I said, it's like he's got this look on his face like, oh, I know something about you that you don't know about yourself. Now, I think I'm going to accuse him of being a pedophile. And the next words that come from my lips are, I'm grateful to have lived long enough to have discovered that the shadow in which I believed that I and my characters must always move was in fact cast by God's protective hand. And that is the thing that Father Kaiser has known about me that I didn't know about myself. And he starts crying, and you know, and as it happens, he was dying, and he a couple of months later, I got a message, and he asked me to come sit with him in the hospital, and I did. I sat with him and held his hand, and I had told him that I wanted to write about Paul. He was a Paulist father, and all these, you know, he was on a lot of painkillers and anything, but he would try and come back. He said, well, you're going to do the story about Paul, aren't you? And, you know, he blessed me. So there's a number of things going on there, but, and here's where I'll leave it. Now I have worked on that series idea for 35 years. I worked on it before I owned racehorses. But and the process, and I think I told you, you know, once I sat for a year in a room, writing the same 12 pages, word for word, over and over and over again, which was about that. Trying to tell a story about the racetrack and never knowing, I never remembered any of the other stuff that was going on with my old man and stuff. I was just trying to write a story about, you know, degenerate gamblers and all this stuff. And the process of accommodating and neutralizing what is fanciful in one's association with those experiences which are so charged for us that they are the opportunity to testify to God's grace. The process of accommodating and neutralizing the fanciful is what we're going to address as we talk about the structure of this series. And among the things I continue to be grateful to have lived long enough to do is to realize that telling you will be the way to eliminate the last remnants of the fanciful. By giving my heart to you to be cleansed of the last pieces of the fanciful. And so I welcome you at this beginning of our effort, and we're going to talk about some other series that you can do. But there, we got to the end. How are you all? Okay. Are you in despair? No. What is next to despair? Oregon. What is? Should we talk about the strike? Well, the stragglers come in. There may not be any stragglers. No, let's not talk about the strike. So, or maybe we can talk in the shadow of the strike about the. We were talking about principles of association, and trying to make a distinction between a fanciful association, which is essentially the product of a private of a private connection, stimulated by some experience, and an experience which stimulates an imaginative association, and making a distinction between an imaginative association as stimulated by something which people with different experience would agree would be prompted to the same association. And the example I used, if you see a bird flying, you may think of freedom or the circumscriptions of freedom, but the stimulus is accessible to the response of more than one observer, and will produce approximately an association in reaction to that which is excessive, which would be understandable to a third party. And the distinction I made was with a fanciful association, which is purely private. The example I used with a customary facility and delicacy of taste was if I hear the song "Runaway" by Del Shannon, I think the first time I experienced oral congress from a white girl, that's a fanciful association, because there's nothing intrinsic in that song that would make someone else think of that. But the reason that I resume our discussion at that point is to suggest to you that as artists, as writers, if we are not going to attempt to discover the principle of organization for our work in some third party's expectation of what ought to organize our work. For example, what are they buying this season? Then it is a mistake to disown fanciful associations as possibly being the source for, if pursued, these fanciful associations, if pursued, as being the means by which we may gain access to a more genuine imaginative association. And the reason that's important is, and I think just to hold on for one last second to that, the idea of that old rock and roll song. If you ever go to these oldies concerts or public television when they're trying to do fundraisers, because most of the people are near death who watch public television, will often show rock and roll revivals from the 50s. And you see these people who are still, have the ducktail haircuts, and the only thing is, for the most part, they're in wheelchairs. But they're still listening to exactly to Danny and the Juniors singing at the Hop, because for them, the fanciful association with, which is a private association with youth, is still so strong. And from that, we can, if we're sort of sensitive to the deepest implication of that. Proust, I don't know how good of a living he made, but Proust, after all, is still read by some of us, and all of remembrance of things past was suggested to Proust by a fanciful association, the Madeleine, which I gather is some sort of a cookie. Isn't that right? Yeah, it's a cookie. Oh, by all means. I thought you were going to paint today. Yeah? Go ahead, sir. Just two? Okay, all right. Yeah. 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 Well, if you'd shut the fuck up, it was just about to explain it to you. Yeah. Well, let's get to the second one in just a minute. But what I wanted to go on to discuss today is if we accept as a given that something in the fanciful, however private for us, is also compelling. For example, what is it in these souls who go to these rock and roll, to the revival of Danny and the Juniors? And, there's a whole cottage industry which has developed where everybody's dead in the original group, the Five Satins or whatever it is. But they try and come up with some connection to it. And now with the lead singer, who was the third from the next door neighbor to the original lead singer of the Five Satins, here they are, and these doddering figures come out. Well, youth, and I guess Thoreau said, most of us lead lives of quiet desperation, and the rest of us are incarcerated and spend the time screaming. Youth, and when Danny and the Juniors, or others, for those of you who are younger, we associate that with a time when we felt anything was possible. And the idea of, for example, decrepitude, or the thwarting of ambition, or the yielding to the meretricious in one form or another, was for somebody else. And the symptom of the outward manifestation of that association with Danny and the Juniors is merely fanciful. But if you stay with it for a bit and let the fancy sort of sink its roots down into the commonality of experience, certainly the yearnings of youth, that's an association that is accessible to the imagination of all of us. So what I want to suggest to you as writers, because anything that engenders a passionate connection with recollection, or with feeling, or with image, is precious to us as a motor for engagement. Don't turn away immediately from the fanciful. stick with it and see if it isn't possible to accommodate and neutralize what is merely fanciful in the initial association, and see what may be underneath. Now, to recur to the horribly infelicitous example of thinking of the first time you got a blowjob from a white girl, which you continue to afflict me with every time I see you. Whoa, let me tell you about the first time I got a blowjob from a white girl. For me, if I stick with that, if I say, well, why does what holds me in that recollection? Well, the corollary of it must be that I'd gotten a little head from an African American, right, or somebody previously, and that part I don't remember. Well, if provoked, I'll remember it, but when I hear music, I don't remember that. Well, why is that? Is it possible that the previous experience was associated with, okay, I'm 12, 13, whatever it is, and so now I go down to to William Street in Buffalo, and I've got forged ID, and I go to the bars, and I listen to B.B. King. B.B. King used to play there 3 weeks at a time, 25 cents a drink. Not bad. And in between sets, you'd be out in the alley, and for $2, you could get a blowjob from a black girl. Why leave? Why ever leave, right? So, but in recollection, somehow memory or association is trapped or thwarted or contained. Whereas if you now, and believe me, Runaway is not as good as the worst song that B.B. King ever sang. I remember he didn't used to like to work too hard, and he had a vocalist named Elmo Morris. And now, and the better song to remember would be Part-Time Love, with Elmo Morris singing. But Hope, as opposed to however fulfilling the experience was at the Pine Grill listening to B.B. King and whatever else was going on in the alleyway, there was something furtive and shamed that associated with that. What am I doing? I used to get caught. My mother was the president of the Board of Education, and not surprisingly, I used to get arrested a little bit down there. Does your mother know where you are? Because what the cops are thinking is, this is a bad arrest for me to make. I don't want to be doing this, so they'd kick you in the ass, and shame is a tremendous cloaker of imaginative association. Even though the song isn't as good, Runaway, now I suspect that what I really remember is thinking, oh, well, the act of intimacy does not have to be cloaked in shame. Nah, it does. Yeah, it does. But that sort of flicker of optimism that what one is doing at the moment need not be contradicted by subsequent experience. Maybe you could fall in love. Maybe, in recollection, for us as artists, you have there becomes available to you an uninterrupted sequence of associations, which, if followed out, may ultimately generate the premise for a story, for the structure of a story, which the initial, seemingly fanciful association precludes. That's why it's what you try to do is, as the gentleman was asking me, what does that mean to accommodate and neutralize what is initially fanciful in the association? Now, as I communicated that to you, why would I be hurtful or vulgar enough to say, oh, it makes me think of the first time I got a blowjob from a white girl? There's 2 or 3 offensive elements in that, and for which I apologize with no great conviction, but let's think of lines intersecting. So here's Dave's recollected experience, but here am I talking to you. Now, how do I vitalize? How do I give an emotional impact to the idea of a private or fanciful association? I throw you back on yourselves. I'm talking about an experience of mine, and I'm trying to bring you to understand what may be private and not properly the subject for, say, a series, for a story. So simultaneous with my generation of the setting, which is available to everybody, oh yeah, I remember being 12 years old, I remember sex and everything, I offend you. And I throw you back from the moment, and that vitalizes the abstract idea of what is fanciful, of what is private. Oh, geez, what's the matter with him? You know, what's he got to say that for? You know, we're talking about art here, and now he's talking about he's being a bigot, he's being all this other shit. I'm not like that. The tactics of fictive persuasion are multiple and simultaneous. And in the process of being true to the report of the experience, I am also aware, and this is the point at which these 2 intentions intersect, of your being at the beginning of understanding of what I'm trying to tell you. So my first task is to get you to be interested in my experience, and simultaneously I want to put you off a little bit so that when I then talk about, for example, Paul, and suggest what is purely imaginative in the sequence of images which he presents about charity and so on, and the cumulative effect of those, the pure the outflow of emotion which is not profaned in any way by what is private or fanciful, is what generates the full participation of your imagination. And that's what makes him such a good writer. Now, okay, does that, my pleasure. That might be a little strong, but, no, I was speaking of pleasure. Now, if we're talking about a story, and I think I might have mentioned that My teacher, the person who taught me so much about writing, although I wasn't prepared to learn most of what he had presented for years and years afterwards, but there's a poem in which concludes, a poem of his concludes, "Tell me a story in a moment and century of mania. Tell me a story. Make it a story of great distances and starlight. The name of the story will be time, but you must never say its name. Tell me a story of deep delight." Now, although the tactics of that concluding section of the poem are imagistic, at the level of form, in terms of its content, that is an exhortation to the act of pure imagination as the deepest fulfillment of the human spirit. Tell me a story is the goal. And the reason is in a moment and century of mania. Tell me a story. So let's call mania fancy. Because fancy can be, for example, if you're not a member of the temple, then you need to be killed. That's what Paul was prepared, and same guy that wrote the New Testament. If given to mania, would be capable of the most horrible and fundamental transgression of one spirit upon another. Make it a story of great distances and starlight. Is a way of saying that the counter for fancy, the path to the truly imaginative, is to identify a premise which is large and encompasses not only space, but time. How long does it take starlight? You see what I'm saying? The name of the story will be time, because it is over what we perceive as time that the apprehension, the experience of distances and starlight derives its meaning for us. But you must never say its name, which is to say that the Grand Inquisitor in Ivan's dream in the Brothers Karamazov says that Christ brought man a message of freedom, but man requires miracle, mystery, and authority, and the church gives him that. And in that tension, then that was why the Grand Inquisitor was justifying crucifying Christ again there in Spain. You must never say its name is, I think, therefore, the story itself, storytelling, the submission to the story, is as close as we can get to God without coercive structure. And it's coercive structure, whether it's in the temple in Jerusalem or CSI, or which is to say a commitment to form as having an intrinsic authority rather than emerging naturally from imaginative association that ultimately generates mania and murder of one kind or another, that forestalls the development of the spirit. So the name of the story will be time, but you must never say its name. tell me a story of deep delight. And if we return to the original horribly offensive image of, the song, of Runaway and so on, we're able to neutralize and accommodate everything which is fanciful and simply reside with that sense of original possibility that even the 70-year-old man with the ducktail haircut recollects when anything was possible, and which contains within itself that seed of hope which first expressed itself, in the generation of the universe. All right, pal? So now I had threatened in carrying on from, in identifying, in chronicling, the fanciful associations that I had with the idea of the racetrack. And how, if one were to pursue the premise of the story as set at a racetrack, but to neutralize what is fanciful, private, in my experience, and to see whether there remains, once those have been accommodated and neutralized, whether the passion remains that could generate a story over the course of time, or whether it is in my fanciful associations that my deep connection to the materials is found, and which would not therefore sustain me unless I had a commitment from ESPN or some other bullshit. We went on then to discuss what is universal in the artifacts of that, what may be universal in the artifacts of that world. Now, so if what was fanciful and private was for me, a kind of obsessive identification with a authority which victimized me, but to which victimization I blinded myself as a way of coexisting with what I took to be a given reality. Is that sufficiently obscure for you? In other words, and so for years, there was simply a seed image in my mind as I tried to write a story set at the racetrack, which was hands paying money through a wire screen. And I couldn't see whose hands they were. And I used to think to myself, if I could only see whose hands those were, I would know what's going on. Now, over the course of years, I would fixate on that moment and just write about it. But the extraordinary thing for us as writers, is that you come up with all kinds of ways of distracting yourself from the fact that you don't really want to write about this. So sometimes it would be, there's no electricity in the apartment. So what I have to do is I have to work out a way to run a plug from some hallway outlet in here so I can turn the lights on. That's a matter of a day or two. And simultaneously, you got to avoid the landlord, right? And maybe you're under such stress from that you got to cop 2 or 3 times. You can make a whole life out of that. But all the time telling yourself, geez, if I could only figure out whose hands those were. Now, as it turns out, over years, it would come to me that the hands were just the hands of the teller, of the guy, and it was the people who were sitting at the table just out of my field of vision that it was about, and it didn't matter whether they were at the racetrack or some other place. That's how the psyche protects itself. Unless it has a mechanism for the benign accommodation of what may be painful in recollection. And once through whatever sequence of imaginative developments, you're able to see what it is that the fixation on the hands has been allowing you to avoid. It's got nothing to do with the racetrack. But I spent a lot of time learning about the racetrack in order to avoid seeing who was at that table. There are bookmakers who gather at annual conventions to celebrate the amount of energy and attention I gave to learning about gambling in the absolutely misdirected hope that I would figure out whose hands those were. Let me digress for a moment so you don't think this is an endless story about the racetrack. And go back to a poem of my teachers by way of suggesting what one eventually comes to if you believe in the process of art as cleansing and redemptive. There's a poem of Mr. Warren's called I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. And if my faculties weren't in such a state of accelerated deterioration, I would have remembered to bring it and read it to you. But the poem begins with a recollection of the poet I think the poem begins, no, not that door, never. And continues with, but entering saw. And the poet has gone up in the house, into the attic of the house where he lived as a child, and sees a Christmas tree of its leaves long since denuded. It's evidently a tree that's 60 years old. And if we take that tree as an equivalent of, say, of the hands dispensing those disembodied hands, and the poet's reluctant to look away from the tree, but finally does, and sees sitting in two rocking chairs, two figures, one of whom he, closer scrutiny reveals, has no eyes, and whose skin has rotted away. And one of them is his mother, dead now for 30 or 40 years, and the other is his father. And their eyes stare at what would have been their eyes, stare at what eyes would have seen if eyes still could see. And he's looking around and he sees another chair that would have belonged to his older brother, and one to his older sister, and then he sees his little chair. And then he sees that there are presents under this dead tree. But the presents are all wrapped up and still shining. And he's thinking, I'm going to look into that and see what my present is. And then he hears his dad's voice saying, no presents until the other little ones come. And suddenly, he's in Times Square. And he describes the vehicles and jostling with each other like they're logs coming down a big sluice. And he looks over and he sees these, I think I mentioned this image to you once, these old men coming out from the dirty movie houses, and their pants are drying at the crotch, and they're squinting against what remains of sunlight and wishing they'd stayed inside a little bit longer. And then he sees a policeman on a horse, and the policeman's some kind of dago, and then in Bellevue, blocks away, he hears a woman screaming, and she's chained to a bed. And she's screaming because her hair has been hacked short. And suddenly he's in the Bitterroot in Wyoming. And he's remembering, I think, Chief Joseph of the Nez Perce tribe, and finally he says, but tell me, will I never find what was in that present for me under the tree? And then the poem concludes, all the items listed above are parts of the original dream that I am trying to find the logic of. Now, the logic is after the fact. This is the process by which the pain of the past in its pastness is converted to the future tense of joy. By which process he means the poem itself, the act of art itself, which testifies to a unity which is not apparent in any of these seemingly unrelated images. But this process that we undertake as artists is the process by which everything which seems merely fanciful and which, as being merely fanciful, is imprisoned in the past, the pain of the past in its pastness, in its seeming unrecoverability, is once again brought to life and conjugated into the future tense of joy. And I suspect that if you asked the poet, he would say, that's the present under the tree. So that's certainly identifiable, understandable, perhaps more so in the sort of lyric expostulation of poetry than in what we take to be storytelling, But the reason that I read to you from Paul, and I was saying, look at the way those images take over each other. The images which are the resources of the poet, and which generate their energy from their proximity to each other, not from their intrinsic content, are nothing but characters to the storyteller. In fact, characters in the abstraction are just like the letters of an alphabet. Also, if I weren't so far along towards senescence, I had meant to bring Kierkegaard's essay, The Sickness Unto Death, where, and read to you, and I'll do it if we're all alive tomorrow, where he gives an abstract formulation, a series of characters about which defines despair, which will just make you laugh. It's so ridiculously incomprehensible. Despair, one form of despair is the self willing not to be itself, and another form of despair is the self willing to be itself, in the self, with the self, and the fucking... And you say, give me a break. Yes, that's right. The self which does not relate to itself is in despair. And and if you're so fucking smart, what's the conclusion of the syllogism? Yes, but I mean, do you remember the rhetoric of it? The self resting transparently in the spirit which gives it rise. The absence of despair is the self resting transparently in the spirit which gives it rise, rather than conceiving of itself in relation to itself. It conceives of itself and acts resting transparently, allows God to flow through it. And that's what art is. And the renunciation of the forms of despair, which are the premises of a story, which are arbitrary, and which must ultimately produce a sense of the self as separate from God. And the resting transparently in the spirit which gives it rise is working without a plan, but in faith. And that's what is available to us of faith as artists if we testify in behavior. But these abstract syllogisms that Kierkegaard presents, the self not willing to be itself is one form of despair. The self willing to be itself is another form of despair. And what I wanted to go on to say is, then this guy gives concrete examples, which is in a sermon he gave when he was younger, which in its specificity is so beautiful and makes you ache the same way, for example, when you read Dostoevsky or something, and you're thinking, oh, this guy's been walking with me, what the fuck? It's just, here's this crazy Dane, and he knows exactly what you felt as you stood in the first snow on a football field in Buffalo, New York, when you were 14 years old, And that's because in certain moments of composition, we rest transparently in the spirit which gives us rise. And no matter how talented you are, if you don't rest transparently, if you try to impose a form based on a preconception about what the other expects, you're in despair. And there is a despair which does not know itself as despair, which, drives a big car and it gets the other gratifications, which I will not be guilty of yielding to expressing yet again. And just can't exactly figure out why it isn't happy. And so in that residuum of discontent starts to tell war stories about the bosses. They kept them from, or her, from telling the right kind of story. Nobody ever keeps you from telling the right kind of story except the lack of faith. And, okay, now, how do you get to faith? The thing is, it's so much easier than you think to act in faith as an artist. And the first, because, and I, in previous talks that I've given, have talked about certain exercises that are available to you, which really are just prayers. It's just a way of praying, but they're writing exercises where you're not allowed to think about what you're going to write before you start to write. You're not allowed to think about it. You can only write with two voices, no narrative voice. It's just, and you just label it voice one and voice two. And then whatever the fuck they say is what they say, and you can't write for less than 20 minutes, and you can't write for more than 50 minutes. And when you're done, you put it in an envelope and you seal it, and you stop thinking about it. And all of that is a way, a corollary of this proposition is, anything that you think about writing, when you are not writing, it is false, false, false. Anything you think about writing, when you are not resting transparently in the spirit which gives you rise, is an expression of despair. The outline is an expression of despair. Having my pencils ready is an expression of despair. And if you want to approach it psychologically, the ego, which is the I am, everything that you think about your work separate from you is the ego, the I am, thinking about something separate, which Kierkegaard would formulate as the self not willing to be itself. And therefore, as predicated in subject-object, which is the contradiction of what art does. Now, a corollary of that proposition is that the job of the ego is to affirm the sense of reality which it perceives. Because if I am, the thing that I'm seeing is what affirms the I am. If I ain't writing, then the I am affirms the fact that I don't write. The ego extrapolates as a permanent condition what it apprehends in the instant. The form of despair that will take is, I don't start to write. I ain't ready yet. I don't know the story well enough. Whatever comes to hand for the ego will use to justify staying in whatever state it's in when it begins to conceive itself. Therefore, the exercise that one suggests is arbitrarily to begin, and therefore to avail oneself of the structures of the ego, even though you are no longer in the ego, which is you'll find that when you're writing, everything that you thought about yourself as being, oh, I'm not ready to write, I don't know this, I need to know the story better. Now, when you're actually doing it, you come up with all sorts of, well, I don't know it exactly, but I mean, listen, you have to begin somewhere, don't you? And all you're saying, all the ego is doing is saying, you're writing now. Keep going. And what you'll find once you've begun is, oh, I don't want to stop. Now, when I get to I don't want to stop, then you're back in ego again. So you have the arbitrary, that's why I set up these arbitrary, the arbitrariness is what the Grand Inquisitor spoke of as miracle, mystery, and authority. Seal it, let it go, give it to God. But what you will find is that the processes of the ego, ultimately, to the extent that we incorporate them in our neurons, which is, after all that association is. Neurons are in proximity to each other. The synaptic connection is bridged by the electricity of association. And if we habituate our egos to a form of behavior, ultimately we begin to take it as an essential nature. Just as we took it as an essential nature that we can't write. All you're saying, all that's happening is that the synapses, the neural imprinting has gone far enough. An example that I belabored to the point of tedium is, oh no, we're still going. When you start trying to drive, I can't do this, it's this, step on this. What are you doing? Whoever's teaching you. The fuck is wrong with you? But over the course of not very long, you habituate yourself such that you absolutely believe, I've always known how to drive. I don't know, I was just I'm gifted that way, The ego, the sense of the stable I am and of what reality is simply an operating fiction. And it exists either in a punitive relationship with the superego, which is the sense of the other, or it rests transparently in the spirit which gave it rise. Now, so that if you're just embarking on the process of writing, these exercises will get you to, will open the door for you to the state of being in which it is responsible to begin to conceive stories after you have habituated yourself to the process of resting transparently in the spirit. And then the trick becomes not to stop resting transparently once the story has begun. And it was that I was referring to, that process that I was referring to when I was talking about the way that Paul, after all, this thing about Paul as a writer, that's what Paul was. Paul, as I told you, Paul would go from place to place and get the shit kicked out of him by the Jews, and then he would preach to the Gentiles. And then the moment that he was no longer in the moment, he would fall back on ego, and he would think, these ingrates, these no good fucks, they're probably back to fornication and speaking in tongues and every other fucking thing. Let me write these cocksuckers and I'll give them a thing or two to think about. And then the moment he began to write, he was once again in the Spirit, as he had been when he was converting them. And so his letters, which are after all just pieces of writing, which always begin with the intention to rebuke, very quickly transmute into testimonies of the Spirit, of the community of the Spirit. Those are successful series. Corinthians, right up there with The Sopranos. When we now begin to encounter the premise for a series, I want you to be aware of the fact that, if God is anywhere, He's everywhere. And so you can get from wherever you start, inevitably, if you rest transparently in the Spirit, you're going to get to God, even if you start out thinking of Del Shannon and whatever else the fuck you're thinking of. If you stay with it and don't allow yourself to be distracted by, well, do you understand me? Do you understand me? Is that enough? Do you understand me? Or will you pay me, even if you don't understand me? Now, we get to the symbol, will you pay me, as the, to the extent that something is abstracted, it becomes both more manageable and less meaningful, more susceptible to distortion. So, I've spoken in other circumstances about what defines us, what distinguishes us as human beings, is the capacity to signify, to represent a reality by a symbol. That's why storytellers, are by dint of the gift of allowing the symbol to rest transparently, and a story is simply a symbol of the process of creation. And by allowing it to rest transparently in the Spirit which gives it rise, the story is the least distorting symbolism of the creative force of the universe. To the extent that the symbol is regarded as autonomous and, in fact, a separate reality, and that can happen very, very quickly. It can happen with a great series. It can happen with the cross, so that what starts out participating in the reality which gave it rise suddenly becomes autonomous, and it can ward off vampires, and it can be used to intimidate the Indians and make them give up all of their crops. The symbol can be distorted to all sorts of purposes. And the effort for the writer is constantly to resume his or her position of transparency in relation to the energy which his work testifies to. Now, how do you do that? If you look, speaking just, solipsistically, which is my wont, if you look at, say, NYPD Blue, Deadwood, the thing that I worked on most recently, John from Cincinnati, with my colleague, Mr. Nunn there. Those seem to be very disparate, but in fact, the idea of, let's say, this gold as generating, as initially simply a lie agreed upon, a symbol into which men and women are able, by agreeing upon the meaning of the symbol, to organize themselves and liberate their energy. The internet, which John from Cincinnati was trying to get the surfers to understand, the surfers who are habituated to finding their joy on the wave, that the shared participate, what John would say to them, the internet is big, and I'm not going to go into the epistemology of that show, but in one form or another, every story that works is a story of great distances and starlight, which takes place in a moment and century of mania, and which is a story of deep delight. And all stories have that in common. And if the voice of the storyteller is subsumed, rests transparently in the spirit, what seem to be totally different story moments are suddenly perceived as a unity. So that, say, in Deadwood, what's going on in the bar and what's going on in the stable and what's going on in the hardware store, even though these seem to be different characters, feels as if it's part of a unity. And the minister who is dying of a tumor quotes from Paul saying that if the hand says, because I'm not the foot, I'm not therefore the body of Christ, is it not of the body? Which is to say, even if we think that characters are separate, does that mean that they're separate? Or does it simply mean that they mistakenly perceive themselves as separate? And if we're resting transparently in the Spirit which gives us rise, do we experience them as a unity? That's the paradox of art. And what the structure of a series needs to do is get the fuck out of the way to allow that unity to express itself. And how that happens is by trusting the Spirit to organize the materials. For that to work, the first thing you have to do is to renounce the bosses, the expectations of the other, most of which you are postulating as the expectations of the other. If I go in to pitch a series, if I tell them it's a cop show, they will, they're more than likely, their verbal reaction will be great. And their feeling will be, geez, but I hope it's not another fucking cop show. Which is to say that there cohabits in all of us, even the bosses, the dictates of fear, which are, okay, it's familiar, it's a cop show, I can sell that. I can go to the air, I can say, look, it's a cop show. But then there's something else, which is, but I hope it's human. Now, let's talk about our historical, what time is it? I mean, you can't get more historical than that, right? It's 3:25, it's December 18th. That's history, pal. What I was going to say, I want to talk about the venue for the delivery of a story and how that complicates a little bit this resting transparently in the Spirit which gives us right. Go on, get out of here and don't come back, you fuck. That's Mark Tinker. He's a friend of mine. But let's take a little bit of a let's take 47 seconds off. Now, starting now. Listen, you want to talk about something else? I just want to stop thinking for a minute. He's got a lot of explaining to do to those little kids, doesn't he? I didn't do it, he says. You gonna believe me or your lying eyes? What do you think? Do you nourish the secret suspicion that this doesn't apply to you as writers? Everybody else is going to get it but me. That's just fear, you know. If you just go to work, if you do these exercises, you can't think about what you're going to write before you start to write. You can't think about it. And then the ego say, well, you can think about it a little bit. What's he going to know? Is he going to know? That is and the minute you say, what's he going to know, then then it's the self not willing to be itself, you know? Just do this. Do this. Don't think about it. Then whichever two voices come to you, no description. The scene is this. Because then you're setting up a separate communication with some postulated superego. Voice one, voice two, nobody needs to understand. And then at the end, by finishing and sealing the envelope, you prevent yourself from going back and generating. Well, let me make it a little better. Just let me make it. Just so he doesn't think you're dead. You know, the toughest thing with being a parent is realizing at a certain point, you got to let them go. That the deepest respect, the deepest love, let them go. And you have to get to that point with your work, and the reason is so that when you are in connection with it, you recognize a complete participation in, which requires in the life, the voice, the being of the character, and the way you do that is what in the ideal you do with a kid, which is you attempt to participate imaginatively in the creation of circumstances most congenial to the child realizing his or her deepest nature. And then you get out of the way. That is the selflessness of parenting. It's the selflessness of every kind of love. And it's the selflessness of art. That's what you're training yourself to do by sealing the envelope. It ain't about you. And you have to habituate yourself to realize that. And after a while, then once you've habituated yourself, the needs of the ego, oh, just let me make it a little better, begin to erode. And you begin to realize, oh, that's a different living thing. Then you're resting transparently in the spirit which gave you rise. I am of service to this different living thing, but it is different, and that's how I feel unity with it. Unity with it. So that and now, you know, when you say, oh, well, that's bullshit that he doesn't work from an outline, you know, or, but I have trained myself to work such that you know, I maybe it's not this group, you know, but or maybe it is. But the Shaquille O'Neal example, you know, what Shaquille O'Neal does when Shaquille O'Neal is a very large African American basketball player, and when a new talented player, you know, comes on the court with him for the first time, when he comes in to dunk, Shaquille O'Neal hurts him a little. You know, he blocks him, but he also hurts him a little. Beyond reason, beyond fairness, you know, beyond justice. And he says, I do that as a favor to them, to let them know, don't come to the rack with any weak shit. That is, if you're coming in, come in with all of it. Come, bring all you got. And that's why I write the way I do. Not because I don't care, but to train myself to come with everything in that moment. And that's how I am allowed to rest transparently. Now, a moment will come later, you know, where I say, wait a second. I'm allowed to go back. Because it's not a parlor trick. And if I get a chance, our wonderful children, some of them are home now, you know, and most of the raising has been done. But now if you see something, you know, where you can help them a little bit more, where you can help them make a connection or something, you're allowed. And it's done with such joy and such gratitude, such appreciation for the opportunity, because you see the living thing is in front of you, and it is an accomplished fact. And so it's a different sort of thing, you know, to smooth its hair or tell you see that you could do this and this would be kind and this. That's revision. And you're allowed. This young man.
Well, because we have some insight into your
How old are you?
39.
Well, aren't you a little flattered that I called you young man? All right then. Why don't you give me $2 then?
Your process is different than many that, at least from what I've seen, a little bit more public. If you're not thinking out loud, you're thinking out loud. There's a documentary which you showed once before you spoke at the PAA. It shows you on the floor dictating dialogue and dead wood and you have writers around you. How would you describe your state of mind when you're in that moment and you're rewriting?
The fuck was I just talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like the Thompson twins. You remember that joke? Wait a minute, you're from Erie, Pennsylvania?
That's what I'm talking about. Is that what you're talking about? You're saying you can fix his hair and adjust it. You already spat it out, now you're just constantly revising. You're letting it be its own thing, but you're guiding it.
I'm running around, you know, neatening it up. And by neatening it up, what I'm trying to do is I see it's a living thing now. And I am eliminating the fanciful distortions, which make less accessible the living imaginative thing to which the viewer can relate. If you must. What are you thinking of? You vicious thing. What about a big mistake? What do you mean? No, you got to kill yourself. That's a fanciful association of the creative process with shame. there, there are no. The big mistake is a property of you thinking of yourself separate from the act of imagination. The shows that I've been lucky enough to work on, people who aren't working on them, when they say, well, geez, that must be miserable for the actors. But if I see that something needs to be changed, I go in and I say, you know what? This needs to be changed. And if I say, oh, I made a big mistake, then I'm an asshole. If I say this needs to be changed, the thing that I'm still in faith. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about this. And if the actor is in faith as well, that means we got to work harder to stay in faith. But it doesn't change anything. And there is such joy in that process. If you're lucky enough to have a happy family relationship, or if you got a best friend, or you got a wonderful marriage, something happened. Let's go to bed. It's not, I made a big mistake. And that agreement upon the meaning of a symbol, which in this case is simply the electricity that passes between us, which acknowledges the past, we can trust each other. Let's go to bat. That is the symbol resting transparently in the spirit which gives it rise. That's art coming from love. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just don't come into paint with any weak shit. Come with the best you got, and then if more is revealed, and go to work. This isn't about me or anyone else as an artist and how I work. There was I had the privilege a couple of days ago of going back, looking at the work of a fellow who was associated with my teacher, for whom I didn't like this guy. For one thing, he didn't like me. He was a big anti-Semite, and at some point, he said the Jews are going to do to the English department at Yale, what the niggers did to the South, or something like that. But when he was in his work, I had occasion to go back and read an essay that he did. Just absolutely pure. Absolutely purely in the spirit. And this was a guy, when you talk about outlines, this man was serious about outlines. And I would say, his head, the way my fingers shake, that's how big. You could not fucking read his writing. You had to have a magnet, a tight-ass little. But boy, when he was in the spirit, this essay was so beautiful as an explanation of, what he was talking about? He was talking about Charles Francis Adams' theory about the decay of Western culture, because to the extent that the allegiance to the symbol of money had deprived the symbol of its spiritual predication, and that we were merely deteriorating now into sort of empty discharges of energy. So this is the end of our break. So what I wanted to go on to say is that what complicates the execution of a series is that the capacity for fanciful association has become a principle of commerce attached to the process of art. Let me explain. That's pretty abstract. A very attractive a girl in a very sexually provocative pose sits on anything, a tractor. John Deere presents Law and Order. The fanciful connection is not just John Deere, but first blowjob from a white girl. See what I'm saying? And, you know, the artist is encouraged. Now, that's a fanciful association. There is nothing about that girl which is connected to the tractor. And there's nothing about the girl and the tractor which is connected to the story. But for the artist, the fanciful association which is offered is you get the story, you get the tractor, and you get the girl. But you got to tell the story that they want to hear, because otherwise, I never get the girl, and I never get the tractor. So that is how, and our entire society is organized. Now, this is what Charles Francis Adams was talking about, that if we are not resting transparently in the spirit which gives us rise, then all of our symbolic identifications, because we are going to associate, whether fancifully or imaginatively. So we look at the presidential campaign. Fox attaches one set of fanciful associations to it. There's Hillary, she's not very pretty, and there's that black fellow, and that's one set of associations. MSNBC attaches another set of associations. Now, these are the people we're going to choose to run the country, and there are all sorts of covert, fanciful where every stimulus, every visual image has a fanciful association attached to it for the purpose of commerce. What that is encouraging us to do is to look at the medium itself as the source of feeling. Well, I don't know if it's news, but so now they have all of their newscasters, and this is a well-turned leg, I think you would agree. You know, they have the female newscaster with the high skirt, so that whatever the news is, it's not that bad. And the effort is to habituate the viewer so that, well, I'll believe anything just as long as, you know, as the girl is given the news. And now, what are some of the unfortunate corollaries of that? One of the arguments of this last show we were working on is that because these fanciful associations have become so ingrained in us. We were saying a moment ago, you know, if you're lucky enough to have a good friend or someone you love or something, and you say, okay, this happened, let's go to bed. That's knowing you can count on the other as if it were part of yourself. Well, what technology says is, I'm right here for you. Turn me on, my brother. I'm always going to be here, 24/7. Doesn't matter if you've washed. Doesn't matter if all you got to do is press the button. You got company. That is the way we are now encouraged to organize our behavior, and the promise is, well, but you have to have the symbol in order to, in other words, you have to have enough currency, you have to work hard enough to be entitled to this constant companionship. And, you know, well, if it isn't like a real girl, you can still beat off, right? So you get a lot of people staying indoors. And, well, it isn't all sex, but there's poker. Now, the intent is to habituate, or a less generous term is to addict the viewer to those stimuli, all of which have become articles of commerce. And one of the things that interested me was that the attack of 9/11 is the best stimulus for commerce because, you know, all the elements of tragedy are there. And you just keep showing the image over and over and over again, and it becomes a series. And the series is, we are in peril. We are in peril. Now, you need the third act for the series, which is why everyone now is so mystified that we invaded Iraq. We invaded Iraq because we needed a third act for the series, and we couldn't find the other guy. So we needed somebody whose statue to bring down. Now, if a number of thousands of people die and everything else, the truth is, all we were being given in our infantilization was a finish to the series because it's all about television. Now, the series is over. Now, everybody who endorsed the invasion of Iraq said, let's bring the boys home, which is simply a way of saying, I'm done with that series. So now the fact that the surge is working or whatever the fuck that means, well, yeah, but I'm done with the series. Hello? Let's bring the boys home. Because all it really is programming. Now, so if you're trying to tell a story, now what you're trying to think of is how do you find ways to tell that story that rests transparently in the spirit without being confrontational? Sometimes you need to tell a story about an extraterrestrial. Sometimes you need to tell a story set in a different historical time and place where the particular distortion hasn't yet taken hold, but a story about how it begins to take hold. And then, having sort of felt your way into it, then you got to forget about it and just let the people be people. But that's not a bad way to make your course through this vale of tears, is it? And what I'm proposing to you is that it's not something new that you have to learn. It's coming to accept what you already know how to do. If you let yourself rest transparently, if you let yourself be in faith. And it's easier to be brave when you're in a community of bravery. And that's the only purpose of this gathering. And, you know, we're going to talk some more. I'm sick of that racetrack thing. It depresses me for fanciful reasons. But, I mean, we'll talk about that, and a bunch of other series that we're going to go on to talk about. And the thing is that our ability to do this now in the midst of, we're in the Writers Guild auditorium. There's a war going on, you know, with the bosses and the Writers Guild, and there is adequate blame to go around. But we're resting here in the spirit. Very important. There are no rights and wrongs once you get into that kind of bullshit. There are no rights and wrongs. You know, and what's always a refreshing thing to do is to, whoever you think is right, you know, and when I was at this meeting last night, and some guy says, no disrespect intended, but when the fuck did you ever negotiate a deal before or something? So the next guy gets up and says, I always find that whenever someone says no disrespect intended, the next thing he says is disrespectful. And I'm sitting here thinking, the boss, the guild guy, whoever the fuck his name is, he's saying, I am not going to go down in history as, and I'm thinking to myself, any sentence that begins with, I am not going to go down in history as, and, you know, nobody knows what they're going to go down in history as, and if you start to think that way, you're fucking people up. By definition. So I was reading, as a way of trying to not be overwhelmed by the bile of hatred and bitterness, which I manufacture. I was reading about, you know, the great union, the first great union guy in America was a guy named Samuel Gompers. He started the Cigar Makers Union, and he eventually became the head of the AFL-CIO. Very brave, you know, resourceful guy. So Samuel Gompers was instrumental in all of the anti-immigration statutes. Don't let the Mexicans in. Don't let the blacks in. Don't let the blacks work. Because he understood that for unions, if you had an inexhaustible supply of labor, the union was fucked. And he understood to which principle he had given his allegiance. And in order to be good in the environment in which he was working, he became a shitheel. Nobody, you know, the Writers Guild endorsed the blacklist of writers. The Writers Guild subscribed to, in 1952, Congress having to approve writers who could write for television and film. Which is, and you know what? There's an argument for it. You know, if you're terrified that you know, the godless communism is going to inundate you, which is to say we're all creatures of a historical moment. And don't fucking think that you know how you're going to go down in a historical moment 50 years from now. Because you don't. And a decent humility argues for shutting the fuck up about what you're going to go down in history as and seeing what's right in front of you. And not pretending that you understand the forces that, what Samuel Gompers said was, you know, Samuel Gompers said a version of what Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. said, which is, the idea of the good depends upon the municipal jurisdiction. That what's good over here ain't necessarily good over there. There is no intrinsic good. It's what people agree upon, you know, so that human sacrifice, if you're a Mayan, is a way of keeping the crops growing. You know, that's the idea of the good in that municipal jurisdiction. Don't fucking generalize about God is on my side unless you are resting transparently in the Spirit. And then what you say, the way you rest transparently, say, I don't know. I'm just going to try and let the Spirit move me. I'm not going to pretend that I know the answer. And here's a way to analogize. This is why I think the internet is so important. The internet is an inexhaustible labor supply. Think of the internet in relation to the structure of the networks as, you know, the idea of the networks, the idea of the Writers Guild in relation to the networks works as long as there is a finite supply of material. Then the advertisers have to come to it. Then you can go to bat, you know, with the studios and stuff. Oftentimes what we find ourselves doing is fighting the battle of the past because we're afraid of the battle of the future. In the same way that globalization has, you don't hear about too many strikes no more. Anywhere but in this wonderful community of ours. There aren't a whole fuckload of strikes going on because globalization has created a whole reservoir of alternatives. You want to make $40 an hour? I always wanted to fuck Marilyn Monroe. You know, we're going to send our jobs to India. You can't do that. Okay, try and buy some bread with that. You can't do that. Because that's all you got, Jack. The effort to make the studios adhere to the internet. The internet, you know, movies started, oh, well, you have to go to this building. Now, if you have to go to the building to watch the movie, I can charge you admission. Well, then the radio comes. Okay, well, you have to be able to afford the radio, and that's the only mode of delivery. Okay, we can charge advertisers for that because everybody's gathered around the radio, and they're staring at it as if it's a television, which hasn't been invented yet. Everybody sits there, Fibber McGee. He's funny. He's funny. Don't open the closet door, Fibber. Oh, everything falls on Fibber. That happens to him every week. Now the television. Well, there's only 3 of them. I used to watch the fucking test pattern. Look at the test pattern. The test pattern's not trying to beat my balls off. So there's a lot of advertising, right, that you can attach to that. The internet, you know, you have to pay us for the streaming, whatever the fuck it is. You know what? The programming isn't so unique. That, you know, people, there's like 1 billion channels. Ultimately, it's going to be quality. It ain't going to be which guild controls. Or another way to say it is, it's whoever rests most transparently. Well, we got a leg up. But only if we don't think of it in terms of commerce. So, you know, we're going to be working for the Strike Channel or whatever the fuck that thing is called. You know, just to make these talks available, and then as we go forward with series and so on. And that'll be fun. And don't be thinking about who's doing what. Okay? It doesn't matter. We're just going to, you know, as you listen, we are a single organism. And we're just going to go from one phase to another phase, you know, and whoever's here, you know, you're the author today. Okay? the challenge of writing in a second language is an interesting one, and I know Gabi, for example, who was our script supervisor on the last couple of shows I did, writes in English, which is not her first language, and it's a paradox. Some people find it a liberation that you know that the thing that we talk about. That the ego tends to, want to keep us doing whatever we're doing. So if we're not writing, that's why I say, don't trust anything you think about writing when you're not writing, because it's the expression of the ego, and the ego wants you to continue. If you're not writing, it wants you to continue not writing, whatever you think it wants you to do. And once you're writing, it wants you to keep writing. Because the ego, the sense of I am, simply wants you to continue with your idea of whatever your relation to reality is. So the ego, the sense of the self, is always after the fact. It is a response to your behavior. It does not generate your behavior, although you think it's the other way around. So by writing in a second language, sometimes that is the when one begins to write in a language which is not what one usually speaks, that sort of gets you over the hump, as the saying goes. I knew a guy, Jerzy Kosinski, who wrote Being There and The Painted Bird, and he killed himself. But English was not his first language, and he was much more comfortable writing in English. And there was a guy who always felt like he was half an imposter, and I should think that one of the great sadnesses in his life was that he wasn't very responsible as a teacher. He was a bit of a boundary crosser in that regard. And I think that the sense of inauthenticity, of being a counterfeit, afflicts us is one of the things that predisposes to boundary crossing in one way or another. He spent a lot of time figuring out how to croak himself, and he finally settled on the old bag and over the head in the bathtub strategy. It also, the idea of what's biography, what's autobiography, what is fiction. The Painted Bird, which was quite a sensation when it was published, was touted, and he encouraged its being perceived as autobiographical. The wanderings of a kid through Poland and during the Second War. Turned out he had sat out the war in relative comfort in Moscow. Very talented guy. Remember we were saying that what Pound said, for every writer who fails for lack of talent, 1,000 fail for lack of character. Beckett, on the other hand, used to write. He used to write his novels in French and then translate them back in English. English was his first language, but he would compose them initially in French, and he was a bit of a shitbird himself, and had a very ambivalent sort of relationship to the idea of form or authority. he was a member of the resistance, and the resistance asked him to join the Nazis, for example. He wasn't very good. His literary father was James Joyce, and to whom Beckett showed gratitude for Joyce's tutelage by fucking his schizophrenic daughter, for which he was thrown out of the house, as well he should have been. But that too suggests a certain impulse to kill off the fathers rather than to learn to live with them. But Beckett's novels, boy, some of Beckett's novels are extraordinary. There's a trilogy, Malloy, Malone Dies, and The Unnameable. They're pretty, just for pure writing, pretty good. So I found I brought in my Kierkegaard book. You're in for it. Because I want to tell you this is some tedious fucking stuff. Here, this is what we call a catchy open. You ready? A. Despair is a sickness of the spirit, of the self, and accordingly can take three forms. In despair, not to be conscious of having a self, parens, not despair in the strict sense. In despair, not to will to be oneself. In despair, to will to be oneself. A human being is spirit, but what is spirit? Spirit is the self, but what is the self? The self is a relation that relates itself to itself, or is the relations relating itself to itself in the relation. The self is not the relation, but is the relations relating itself to itself. A human being is a synthesis of the infinite and the finite, of the temporal and the eternal, of freedom and necessity, in short, a synthesis. A synthesis is a relation between two. Considered in this way, a human being is still not a self. Now, I defy you not to go on after that paragraph. In the relation between two, the relation is the third as a negative unity, and the two relate to the relation, and in the relation to the relation. Thus, under the qualification of the psychical, the relation between the psychical and the physical is a relation. If, however, the relation relates itself to itself, this relation is the positive third, and this is the self. Such a relation that relates itself to itself, a self, must either have established itself or have been established by another. If the relation that relates itself to itself has been established by another, then the relation is indeed the third. But this relation, the third, is yet again a relation, and relates itself to that which established the entire relation. You're gone, right? Nobody can go on. Nobody can go on. You know, there's, I've spoken, on the other hand, maybe it was to a lamppost, so I'll risk repeating myself, about that, you know, everyone knows Moby Dick, great novel, a great novel. My dirty secret is I could never fucking finish it. You know, I was properly, you know, I said, this is, Coleridge used to say that when he would read his contemporaries and he was bored, he would say, well, I understand their ignorance. But if he read Socrates and he was bored, he would say, I'm ignorant of his understanding. That it was his problem. And, you know, I was prepared to confess to that it was my problem with Moby Dick, you know, but it just bored the piss out of me. And it had to do with, you know, they start out there, they're looking for the whale. I'm with them. I personally am not going to go looking for the whale, but that's the given. That's the premise. It's the Pequod. They're looking for the whale. But then they get involved with the construction of the whaling ship. I'm willing to give them that. Right? The ship is built. They're out on the water. Once you're out on the water, you know, the construction of the whale. Fuck the construction of the whaling ship. Then the rigging of the whaling ship, the building of the harpoon, you get now out the skeleton of the whale, the blubber of the whale, the ambergris of the whale. You know what ambergris is? One of you girls knows. What's ambergris? They make perfume. I don't care. I don't care. But the now the we've spoken in other classes about the tactics of fictive persuasion, and which is just a highfalutin way of saying how you tell a story. And remember, I was saying that in trying, and this is storytelling of a kind. And yesterday, I was trying to explain why I had risked offending some of your tender sensibilities in trying to define the distinction between fancy and imagination by using an example which entailed a vulgarity and, in particular, an offense to women's, what might have been experienced as something insulting to women. When I was saying, well, if I hear this particular song and it makes me think of the first time I got a blowjob from a white girl, that's a fanciful association because there's nothing intrinsic in that song that would make someone else think of the first time he or she got a blowjob from a white girl, or in fact, of the first time I got a blowjob from a white girl. So, and what I was trying to suggest is the doubleness of the artist's intention, which is, at the intellectual level, to make a distinction between a fanciful association and a genuinely imaginative association, such as the association with seeing a bird fly with the idea of freedom or the idea of limitation or the idea of reptiles. But so that was the satisfaction of one intention. But at another level, to bring home the felt emotional isolation, which is the living human predicate of indulgence in fancy, I wanted simultaneously to give offense, so that by using a vulgarity, I wanted you to experience simultaneously with a logical illumination, a distancing from me. Is it, well, this is there's something dangerous, there's something off-putting here, there's something, I'm not sure I condone that. I might want to, even as I listen, purse my lips with a little disapproval in case the speaker is looking at me. Just send him a little sub rosa message. I don't play that rebop. So these strategies of indirection, of trying to accomplish a double purpose, of realizing that at the same moment one may be trying to appeal to one faculty in one way and to another element of the spirit in another way, that is the capacity of this type of discourse as opposed to purely logical discourse. So that subsequently, for example, as now I explain it, and now you're prepared maybe to take me to your heart a little bit, even more than purely at the intellectual level. I say, well, Dave, he's a little fucked up, but he's got a good heart, you know. So what does that have to do with Moby Dick? Well, for one thing, it's more interesting to me than Moby Dick. But now consider the chapters in Moby Dick that are absolutely unreadable in the context of, think of them as the equivalent to the vulgarity that I used, as something off-putting, as something which makes the reader stand back, even to the extent of saying, fuck this, I'm out of here. That was so obscene what he said, or that was so tasteless, or that was so this or that, because I was careful not only to make it offensive on the basis of gender, but also on the basis of race. First blowjob from a white girl. So there's all kinds of reasons that I was giving you to dissociate yourself from imaginative participation in the effort to illuminate. There's some knowledge that isn't worth being earned, is a way that you might react. So Moby Dick, as most of you know, this guy, a person of deep conviction, verging on fanaticism, Ahab. He's lost his leg to a whale in a previous whaling foray, and he's a pretty charismatic guy to the extent that he is able to persuade others to support his monomania. They help them, they sign on, and there's all kinds of subsidiary reasons for them to sign on. They make a living, and so on. On the other hand, it's a little dangerous to be working for a lunatic. Gradually, one and another of the, okay, I'm making a good buck. And, they used to get a percentage. It's what we're on strike for. Everybody on a whaling ship used to get a percentage. That's good. On the other hand, if we all die, that's bad. If the ship goes under, that's a bad thing. As one of my Jewish relatives once said to me, 10% of nothing is nothing. And so as the voyage goes on, some of the people on the crew are saying, Captain, and I love you. I have a lot of respect for you. I think you're a great guy. What about another whale? Huh? What about nutsy crazy? Consider the concept of another whale. That isn't such a killer whale. Huh? We all get our percentage, right? Plus we have the benefit of surviving. That's an upside. And Ahab gradually reveals himself to be saying, you know what? This ain't about business. That whale took my leg. And the only way the world makes sense to me is if I go to fuck it up. And so what pissed him off about the whale taking his leg? Well, what pissed him off is it's a whale, and it got him, and yet here he is pissed off at it. It's like he has to explain his experience to himself, and part of what he's thinking about it is, I'm an idiot. He wasn't a stupid guy. He says, yet I feel compelled to go after him. What are the things I hate about it? It's whiteness. Casper the Friendly Ghost was white. We didn't hate him. He was a friendly ghost. And he says, okay, there's something arbitrary. There's something arbitrary. I'll give you that. It's arbitrary. It's fanciful, he might say. It's a private association. Even logic, even epistemology, he argues, is private and fanciful. In other words, he says, all of my rational faculties, all of my wisdom as a captain, all of my knowledge about sailing, all of my knowledge about whale hunting are in the service of a monomania, of an irrational fixation. Essentially what he says, I don't care what, because Starbucks says, Captain, it's big, it's a big whale, it's a man-eater, but that's what whales do. That's what the man-eating whale, hence the name, man-eating whale. Why? Because he eats men. So if that's his nature, he's not really, it's not like he's got it in for you, right? Some people like sushi. Those are sushi eaters. And whales, some whales are man-eaters. But you don't hate a sushi eater for being a sushi eater. It's just, that's what he happens to eat. That's what the whale eats. What are we doing, Captain? He says, I have to call him evil to make my life make sense within the givens of my nature, which is I'm a little wacky. Now, let's go back to the impossibility of getting through the fucking book. Right? Because that's a very interesting construct. The only thing is, if you can't finish the book, who cares? You get to a certain point in Moby Dick where all of the rational approaches to the subject matter have exhausted themselves. Every logical presentation which allows you to encounter the data of not only the whale, but of the ship, of what the job of everybody on the ship is, what it's made of and everything. And you're finally thinking, I don't care. I don't care. I want to finish the fucking book and I want to read something else. I just hate the idea of not finishing. And just when you've gotten to that point, when no other element reinforces your continued engagement with the world of the work, the narrative says the whale. Try as you will, you cannot compass him. You can't control it with reason. And then the heading of the next chapter is the chase, first day. By exhausting certain of the other ways of relating to the experience of life, other than imagination, the text has brought you to stand in a felt relation with monomania. It doesn't make any sense. It is an engagement with the world on the basis of adherence to the dictates of one's own nature, just the way the whale's a man-eater. I'm a novel eater. And that's the only way to understand experience. Or as one of the Karamazov says, we go in heels up. But only by previously eroding all the other ways of understanding experience, can we get to that one, so that I risk giving offense in the course of making an epistemological distinction, so that you don't feel that having heard fancy explained logically, you really understand what is fanciful. You only understand as a human being what fancy is when you re-encounter another definition of fancy, of the embrace of fancy as an organizing principle, is despair. Private association, which assumes a separateness from the world of experience. So, Kierkegaard was no fucking dope. And in his journals, this guy was so fucking nuts. You know what he published this under? The name of Anticlimacus. Because Soren Kierkegaard is too normal a name. In a journal entry with the heading Report on the Sickness Unto Death, which is this essay, he wrote, "There is one difficulty with this book. It is too dialectical and stringent for the proper use of the rhetorical, the soul-stirring, the gripping. The title itself seems to indicate that it should be discourses. The title is lyrical, taking into account emotion. Perhaps it cannot be used at all." The thing that he just written. Excuse me. But in any case, it is enriched with an excellent plan, which always can be used, but less explicitly in discourses. The point is that before I really can begin using the rhetorical, the lyrical, say, I always must have the dialectical thoroughly fluent, must have gone through it many times. That was not the case here with the thing that he had just written. Now, just in case you think he can't write, that he can only write in this abstract, dialectical way. If it is to be structured rhetorically as opposed to dialectically, and what I read to you before, that's dialectical. Just it's almost like algebra. In other words, every time you hear the self relating to itself, if you gave that a letter value, A, and made it purely schematic, A plus B equals, what he was writing would make sense there of a kind. But that's a purely algebraic formulation, a pure abstraction, a symbolizing of thought. But now he's saying, here's another way of communicating. If it's to be structured rhetorically, it must be structured rhetorically under certain main points, each of which would become one discourse. Number one, its hiddenness. Number two, its universality. Number three, its continuance. Number four, where is it situated? In the self. Now, he's starting to go a little wacky again. But the point is that the task is much too great for a rhetorical arrangement, since in that case, every single individual figure would also have to be depicted poetically. The dialectical algebra works better. Now, it doesn't work better, does it? But it works better for him. First, to represent it symbolically, algebraically, a dialectical algebra. Now, he's trying to think of another way. If he were to express it poetically, check this out. Or was there not a time also in your consciousness, my listener, when cheerfully and without a care you were glad with the glad, when you wept with those who wept, when the thought of God blended irrelevantly with your other conceptions, blended with your happiness but did not sanctify it, blended with your grief but did not comfort it, was not separate from it? And later, was there not a time when this, in some sense, guiltless life, which never called itself into account, which was never thought about but just lived, when this guiltless life vanished, Did there not come a time when your mind was unfruitful and sterile, your will incapable of all good, your emotions cold and weak, when hope was dead in your breast and recollection painfully clutched at a few solitary memories of happiness? And soon these also became loathsome, when everything was of no consequence to you, and the secular bases of comfort found their way to your soul, only to wound even more your troubled mind, which impatiently and bitterly turned away from them? Was there not a time when you found no one to whom you could turn, when the darkness of quiet despair brooded over your soul, and you did not have the courage to let it go, but would rather hang on to it, and you even brooded once more over your brooding? When heaven was shut from you and the prayer died on your lips, or it became a shriek of anxiety that demanded an accounting from heaven? But this was soon crushed by the thought that you were a nothing, and your soul lost in infinite space. Was there not a time when you felt that the world did not understand your grief, could never heal it, could not give you any peace, that this had to be in heaven if heaven was anywhere to be found? And alas, it seemed to you that the distance between heaven and earth was infinite. And just as you yourself lost yourself in contemplating the immeasurable world, just so God had forgotten you and did not care about you. And in spite of all this, was there not a defiance in you that forbade you to humble yourself under God's mighty hand? Was this not so? And what would you call this condition if you did not call it death? And how would you describe it except as darkness? So it wasn't like he couldn't do it. It wasn't like he couldn't bring it alive. And there is the enormous consolation, even as we experience the searing pain of that description of despair, the fact that it is being conveyed is paradoxically a release. The yielding to a dialectical algebra at the beginning of now that was a journal entry, what I just read to you, and the resort to a dialectical algebra before finally coming to an emotional presentation of the nature of despair and its solution, which is to rest transparently in the energy which gave it rise, is an exhibition of patience, a making available at the level of reason, since this is an epistemological essay, at the level of reason, of what will ultimately contradict reason. Now, for a storyteller, that resort to an alienating opening, and trust me, there has never been a more alienating opening than the beginning of that essay, is a willingness to give offense, which in fact, at the rhetorical level, creates that sense of alienation, which is one version of despair. And the only thing that allows you to persevere is faith. In that sense, a formula that you'll hear me express, and at some point that I hope will come clear to you, is that the content of any work tests and validates the implicit assumptions of its form, which announce themselves in the very first moment of the work. Now, what more fully demonstrates the universality of God's presence than the belief that in that series of absolutely incomprehensible non sequiturs, God's Spirit resides and will come to be identified. But you have to risk a beginning heard me say yesterday, if God is anywhere, he's everywhere. And if you really believe that, as Kierkegaard was saying, at the beginning, I need it to be dialectical, which is to say, I can't go through the pain of experiencing that sense of absolute isolation from God from the jump. I have to exhaust the other ways of approaching the subject, including the protection of dialectical algebra. I have to erode my fanciful approaches to the truly imaginative state, which is God's generating spirit. So, not that probably Kierkegaard ever heard that little abstract formulation being described as fanciful, but that's what it is. It separates the ground of its meaning from its appearance. And if you understand that, if you allow yourself to feel that paradoxical truth, it will give you faith as you write, as you live into your stories, to be patient with indirection, to believe that the God who allows you to rest transparently in his energy does not demand that you win at the end of the first fucking scene, that you prove him, that you have a bang-o finish, or that everything is understood. If you act in faith and stay on his path, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. And the getting there may entail a going back. Please don't confuse me with someone who believes that the first bleat out of my mouth, cannot be revised. That isn't what I believe. I believe that given my experiences, it's important for me to suppress as much as possible the act of preparation, which I associate fancifully with evil, with all kinds of things that have nothing to do with preparation. But it's a fanciful connection of mine, and I know that part of my method has to be to minimize that, the dominion of that fanciful connection, or I ain't ever going to start the work. So that's why I have all of these, sort of mystic formulations. You can't write for less than 20 minutes. You can't write for more than 50 minutes. You have to put in an envelope. You have to seal it. You have to blink 4 times with your left eye. Miracle, mystery, and authority. Okay, so now you've listened to Kierkegaard, and you can say that, if nothing else. And Melville was the same way. Melville started as the author of very popular travel narratives, of which Moby Dick cannot be numbered one. But he was a very successful writer at the beginning. He wrote Taipei and Omu were the first things that he wrote, and they were sort of about whaling voyages and the bare-breasted native women there, and the bare-breasted native boys, I think. Might have been a little bit where Herman's Heart's bomb flowed. But at one level, if you look at anybody's work as all one thing, one work, something was at work in those stories. And, I think we spoke one time about In Heart of Darkness, where the narrator says, when you set out on your voyage, you think you're going to convert the natives. And 2 years later, you're sitting there with human skulls up on spikes, because the jungle does find out what you're doing there. And, the process of art is, in some sense, a voyage upriver. And Melville was cursed with fidelity to the voyage. And he kept coming back to the same goddamn story. Excuse me. And is that audible? Because if it's not audible, I'm not going to excuse myself. Can you hear me, Belch? A little bit. Now, are you being nice? Okay, well, I apologize. So he kept telling that story, of the voyage, and the voyage started getting a little funky. And he couldn't stop. And after he finished Moby Dick, his next inviting little tome was called Pierre, or The Ambiguities. And it made people yearn for the simple, inviting voyage of the Pequod. And he could not stop. He wrote a novel called Israel Potter. He wrote the last novel he wrote was called The Confidence Man. And by that time, he couldn't finish a sentence that didn't destroy itself by the end of the sentence. She was a beautiful woman, though some might have said that the scar which began at the top of her skull and extended to the middle of her shin was a disfigurement. Which is to say that he had embraced the flux of perception as absolutely uncontrollable, that there was no stable truth. And this novel sold upwards of 5 copies. In fact, it sold 6 copies. And his publisher, they had a couple of sit-downs at the Russian tea room. He said, Herman, what about every other novel? We get back to the old Typean old mood, the bare-breasted maidens, and if necessary, the bare-breasted native boys. But Herman, not the confident with the scar to the knee. Not that, Herman. Not every novel. Not every novel. Because no one's getting rich on 6 copies. And Melville said, right the other way, I cannot. Stop writing novels. Young man. Taught himself poetry. Taught himself to become a poet. And ultimately, he wrote the longest poem in the English language, which I know most of you have committed to memory, called Clairol, the story of a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Completely unreadable. He also wrote wonderful poems about the Civil War. One of which there's one called The College Colonel, about this the people in the kid's hometown in western Massachusetts. He's come back from the war, and they have a parade for him, and there's a band, and an old men doff hat to the boy. He's on his horse, but to him, the kid, there comes alloy. You know what alloy is? There's nothing pure. It's like an alloyed mixture. It's not that an arm is lost. It's not that a leg is maimed. All of those things he has long taught himself to sustain. But all through the 7 days fight, which was a big battle, and the darkness of Livy, which was another battle, and wilderness grim, there came, heaven, what truth to him. And people who have known the kind of annihilation of meaning, and that, for example, as the poet Kierkegaard describes, or that people experience in war. Or I think I may have shared with some of you the experience of burying myself in a strange country in a grave outside Cuernavaca. I had sold my identity 6 months before, and then came to be in this finca, and this guy croaked, this fucking myopic chemist, and who not only had bad vision, but on that particular evening, peritonitis. And his girlfriend, a deep thinker named Yum Yum, decided to give him an enema to relieve his peritonitis and killed him. And because we were down there under circumstances which prevented a timely visit to the emergency room, we didn't intervene until he was good and dead. And then I was digging his grave in the back, and I figured, sentimentally, well, let me get his ID, and I'll drop it in a mailbox if I ever get back to America. And it was me, because I had sold my ID like 6 months before, and they'd given it to this idiot so he could get across the border. And so anyway, that's a version of truth, which is, under certain circumstances, you're capable of anything. And so Melville wrote that, and he lived in a kind of absolute silence for a long time. I don't know, like how long? 25 years, 30 years, something like that. He went to work in the customs house in New York Harbor. And he had a wife and he had children. He had one kid who was a drunk and a fuck up. And what the hell was his name? Stanwix, I think. And the kid, he'd always get into fist fights, and the kid would book, and then so he came back once. He was trying to get sober, the kid, and they had their fist fight, and then Melville was filled with remorse, and he got the kid a gig in the customs house, a wonderful job, where you just logged in, entries and tried not to shoot yourself. So the day the kid was supposed to start work the next day, and he went out on a bender. And Melville was so pissed off that when he went to work the next morning, he didn't wake him up. And he came home, and the kid had hung himself. And then at some point, between that event and his death, and which was certainly 10 years later, maybe more, he went back to writing fiction. He had written a poem called Billy and the Darbies, which was about an old sailor who was kind of losing his faculties and some, and he started working on it again, and finished it. Who knows when? Because it wasn't found until, I guess, 30 years after Melville died. It was found in a trunk. They put it in the bottom of a trunk, and they were going through it. And by this time it was called Billy Budd. And the old sailor had become a young sailor who had a handsome kid. In fact, it was called the subtitle, something about the handsome sailor, who was the sweetest. He was an innocent. He couldn't help but be what he was. He was, as described in one passage, much as Adam might have been ere the urbane serpent wriggled into his company. Innocent, unable to choose between good and evil, just had to be what he was. Although there was one trait that he had a stammer. And it was as if that same urbane serpent had left a calling card saying, I too have a hand here. So he's on a ship. They're back on the ship. And the captain of the ship is a guy named Veer, which is kind of like truth. It's said of Veer that now this is at the time, the narrator says this is at the time of the Great Mutiny. And there was now allegorists will say, well, they're talking about, this is Satan, it's Adam, it's God, and that is simply a temptation of logic to control experience. You can superimpose a historical construct and say the narrator is talking about the mutiny at the Nore. There was sailors, because the capitalism was still figuring itself out, and these slave vessels, and there was a tradition. There were pirates. Everyone knows we don't like pirates until Johnny Depp. But there was also a tradition that government vessels could raid private vessels on the high seas and impress the sailors on the private vessels into the Navy. And not surprisingly, a lot of the sailors didn't like that. And there was a famous mutiny on the Nore where these sailors who had been impressed said, it's enough. And in the aftermath of the mutiny, the bosses, the people who ran the ships, the captains of industry and of vessels, said, we got to have discipline. People have to know their place. No matter what seems just or unjust in the world, you can't be running off madly in all directions having a mutiny. And Veer was an apostle, although a very fair-minded man and very kind. They used to call him, his nickname was Starry Veer, because it always seemed as if he was looking off to the heavens for order, for a sense of order. And people spoke of that in a very favorable way. Although the narrator observes that a vision such as Veer's is sometimes far-reaching, like that of a migratory fowl which in its flight fails to heed when it's crossed the frontier. Sometimes the bird doesn't look down, it's just looking at the horizon all the time. So there's a guy on a ship the master at arms, Claggart. And he hates Billy. And he doesn't even know why. He hates Billy's, innocence, which certainly can be confused for goodness. There's a chapter in there, I think, called Pale Ire, Envy, and Despair. And which I think actually first appeared in Milton's poem Paradise Lost, in the description of Lucifer. But the narrator observes of Claggart, he just hated this kid, and he had to go after him. There's some vague imputation of a homosexual fixation, and certainly that's a shadow that cast itself across Melville's bow. Anyways, Claggart accuses him of mutinous, of incitement of the other sailors on board to mutiny. And as if by Billy's very presence, as if the simple fact of an unfettered goodness is an incitement to mutiny against the arbitrary strictures and disciplines of the human organization. And he accuses Billy, and Billy's the injustice of it. Billy tries to defend himself and veers there, and he says, take it easy, because he knows the kid's got a stammer and he can't speak. And finally Billy hits Veer and kills him. And if ever there was an instance of an unfair accusation and of an act of violence which was compelled rather than chosen, which was Billy's act, certainly would seem to be that one. But Veer says he's got to go to trial because it's at a time of troubles, and the example of a violent act against a superior officer, which goes unpunished, could be an incitement to further violence. The narrator at that point meditates, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on in Claggart's mind. He said, apprehending the good, but powerless to be it. What was left for a personality such as Claggart's? But like the scorpion, for whom the Creator is responsible, to turn in upon himself and act out to the end the part allotted. If there is evil, it would seem to be in the very fabric of the universe rather than residing in any particular soul. Anyways, they try Billy, and he's condemned to hang. And Veer goes in, and he tries to apologize. He tries to ask for Billy's forgiveness. And that's a scene of which we are deprived. The scene is described from a point of view of one who was not within. And then he's hung, and there's all kinds of allegorical invitations to see him as a Christ figure, to see, the birds fly up, and his body takes the rosy dawn. All sorts of inauthentic ways of trying to control sorrow through epistemology, through knowledge, through logic, through allegory, through all that stuff. Now, don't forget, this guy's kid hung himself. And Melville said, fuck him. I've done he's got to learn the way the world is. If you don't wake up on time, it's on you. Now, how fully did he believe that? Well, how fully does anybody believe one thing? Maybe if you publish a story like that, you feel, I am justified. But in the complication of art, possibly if you feel, it's not for me to know what is justified and what isn't. Let me put it here for God to find or not, and to decide what the meaning of life is. Because right the other way, I cannot. So that's what storytelling, that's what's available to you. I don't know that it gets any rougher than that, but one might suggest that he had come to rest with a full transparency in the spirit which gave him rise. And a full transparency doesn't understand guilt or forgiveness or innocence. There's a wonderful line in a poem that Mr. Warren wrote, trying to understand the relationship of the artist to the world, to life. Mr. Warren was my teacher. He was obsessed with Audubon, the guy that painted the birds. Now he painted those birds in like 1800, and in Kentucky. And he was a French guy, and he came over and he lived in the woods for like 25 years, murdering birds and painting them. What the fuck is that about? And Mr. Warren, who was a Kentucky boy, and which is where Audubon was spending his time, and so that kind of fanciful connection to him. And so the poet says he slew them at surprising distances with his gun. Their footless dance was of the beautiful liabilities of their nature. They knew no compassion. And if they did, we would not be worthy of it. Over their bodies, his head would be bent low, but not in sorrow. He drew them in imagination. What is love? One name for it is knowledge. And I'd suggest in knowledge, remember, knowledge is defined as love. It's not knowledge as we sometimes discuss it. Now, 25 years in the woods, and very, very happy or something, compelled to be there. Because that was the environment which was necessary for him to be true to his passion. And I've tried to suggest to you in talking about some of these artists that there is no solitude, there is no isolation, there is no sense of guilt or sin or confusion which cannot be refined of its fanciful connection and recognized as love. Being on a strike, feeling that your axe has been taken away from you. Remember that the great writer Paul said, be still and know that I am God. Don't try and extrapolate from your momentary sense of isolation or solitude a fucking worldview. Leave that to God. Just walk through the moment, and if it's pencils down, if you're that kind of, then it's pencils down. I don't use a fucking pencil. Now, there's no act of solidarity. There's no betrayal of our brotherhood if we're talking, right? That's okay. To the extent when we talk, we rest transparently in the spirit which gave all of us rise. We are still in the moment of art. So nothing is ended. Nothing, no future is precluded. Anybody who's going to starve to death, give me a fucking call. Don't catastrophize. Everything's going to be okay. Sometimes I think that in a previous incarnation I was a seal. That's unlikely. Who knows? So what time is it? We're nobody's running a clock on us. You want to talk a little? Anybody want to ask a question? No, he never got the whale, but he got a new pair of shoes. The whale got him. You know that thing? Some days you get the bear, some days the bear gets you. The whale got him.
Do you think there's some analogy? Do you think there's some analogy between the necessity to exhaust epistemology and the algebra and the dialectic before resting transparently and outlining before resting?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to suggest to you, that to the extent that you don't bring fanciful connections to the outline, like, okay, now I've done my job. Now, if the boss called me, I could show him this. I could say, if it's just that's why I read what I read to you, was just so that Kierkegaard said, I need to do that, the dialectical algebra, a bunch of times to get comfortable with it. Now, do remember that he published under the name of Anticlimacus to suggest that he had a certain ambivalence toward form. But that thing about that I don't work with an outline, that's a fanciful association with what I'm suggesting about the process of the artist. Do whatever you need to do to get to the fucking work. The pragmatic, William James used to talk about the cash value of an idea, and he didn't mean money. What he meant was, what behavior does it produce? Does the idea produce? And if the idea produces getting to work, it's a valuable idea. And if that's an outline, if that's writing in French before you write in English, that's why I was trying to deploy all those different examples for you. What's the title of it? The sickness unto death. Catchy. Despair is the sickness unto death. We done? Yeah, it evolved. it evolved. I had a method there for a while that entailed shooting heroin exclusively and never writing as a preparation for writing. That method is called the long view. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, if you really want to know, I mean, because it always seemed to me that, the nightmare logic of network programming is that you give a black guy a position of authority. You don't give him any story, but you make him a boss. And to me, that always seemed like a fanciful way to neutralize the problem of race in storytelling. So I call him Lieutenant Fancy. If you look at any of those fucking shows, they say they used to do the same thing with my Uncle Hatz when he was a bookmaker, and he had to fix in, and at the end of the month, they had to have a quota of collars, to show that they were doing their job. So they'd call him and give him advance notice, and they'd say, Hatz, you got to take a pinch, leave a nigger. So everybody else would split, and that was the way the black employee got a bonus. I mean, he knew that all it had to have, he got arrested, then they came and bailed him out, and they gave him a $20 bonus. So in some sense, everybody's a nigger. Now I thought I had dug my way out of my political incorrectness, and right the fuck back in it. Thanks a lot. So, who's got a show that they want to talk about? Come on, give it up. It'll be so good for you. You want me to start? I was always the kid that took it out first. So we're doing a show. I just came from a lunch with that I was working out with my brother and his son, my nephew Michael, for a long time. I told you that I had that one show. I'd been working on that series for about 35 years. My brother was a surgeon. My dad was a surgeon. My dad was in the hospital the first 2 years of my brother's life. And there's some sense in which my brother, I think, was chasing after my dad his whole fucking life. He became a surgeon. He was in when I joined the staff of the same hospital my dad was on. And my dad, because he was a little threatened by anyone who he perceived as a rival. Remember, we talked about the fact that my dad, when he was a little boy, his mother left and went back to live with her father. And so my dad was kind of, sibling rivalry was not restricted to brothers. It was like, anyway, so my dad and my brother were on the same surgical staff at the hospital for, 20 years. My dad never watched my brother do one operation. And in his decline, part of what led my dad to take his life was that because no other doctors would come and take care of him, because he would have just attacked them for incompetence, and then secretly after sometimes when he'd been operated on, he'd go in and mutilate him. He'd reopen his wound. So my brother was the only one to take care of him. And in the confusion and despair of things, to the extent that manliness was associated with professional authority, my dad became very mistrustful of my father, of my brother, and took his life in front of my brother and my mother. That's a sad story, isn't it? Pretty sad. And I'd ask you to remember at this point, that I recited to you yesterday Mr. Warren's poem about where there's just sort of a jumble of experience. It starts out in a dream, and he sees this Christmas tree that's 40 years dead, and the skeletons of his parents, and then he follows the poem, and he winds up in Times Square, and then he winds up in the Bitterroot out west, and at the end he says, all of the items listed above are part of the original dream that I am trying to discover the logic of. And this is the process by which the pain of the past, in its pastness, is converted to the future tense of joy. Now, the act of sharing is the process by which painful recollection is converted to joy. Certainly, all of you, none of whom ever met my father, feel a great pity for him. And however selfish or ugly you find that act, those of you who are believers would spare a prayer for him. And in my brother's goodness, after my father's death, he retrained himself. He resigned his position as a surgeon and retrained himself as a hospice physician in order to better care for the dying. And that process, too, is a process by which the pain of the past, in its pastness, is converted to the future tense of joy. There are people in a lot of other countries in Eastern Europe, and who the idea of the hospice physician is that medicine finally is not curative, it's pastoral. I will walk with you into whatever darkness awaits us all. And I will try to give you whatever comfort I can as we make that journey together. And when the journey's finished with one person, the physician goes back and takes another hand. There's a wonderful humility in that, and a kind of joy. And I believe that by that act, my brother has put my dad at rest. And in that sense, my dad made possible in his passing the comfort of many thousands of strangers. That's how the pain of the past is converted, how the future continually reinterprets the meaning of the past. So that if one stopped the story at the moment of my dad's passing, that story would have a completely different meaning. And it's the business of art to sink its roots deep and to identify how the fanciful interpretation of experience, which would have us understand it as a despairing and isolating experience. If the fanciful associations are removed, becomes the imaginative experience, which is joy. So when my brother was a kid, he used to bring me, there were these landmark books, things that kids read, Ben Franklin, Young fucking Lightning Rod, or, like that. And Bob would always find stuff about doctors because he needed very much to idealize. It helped him, the same image that I had of hands putting money through the window was a way that I had of not seeing what was nearby. The idealizing of the image of the doctor was what helped my brother, I suspect, not see the person who wouldn't wait up for him. And the series that we're working on is a series set in the, which is about how American medicine was created at the Johns Hopkins Medical School. And as it happens, the great surgeon the great American surgeon was a guy named Halsted, who was a junkie. And in that combination of the idealized, how American medicine was created, with the fanciful, and the process of storytelling eroding what is fanciful, so that Halsted I think it's probably safe to say that Halsted had some issues around gender identity, and he's a big orchid raiser. And he was married, but he lived on the second floor, and the bride lived on the third floor. And the bride was rather an active lesbian. Also his nurse. His operating room nurse. Also the woman who would smuggle his heroin into him while he operated. So that when she came down with a dermatitis, because they used to dunk their hands in carbolic acid to disinfect them, Halsted said, "I cannot operate under these circumstances." The real problem being he couldn't get his dope. So one of the Goodyears was sick. And this guy Goodyear wired back to the Goodyear tire and rubber factory, make some fucking rubber gloves for this nurse so I can get my operation. And they did, and she wore them, and Halsted agreed to operate, and that's how they discovered that if you wore rubber gloves, infection diminished. Now, the series of the juxtapositions of accident and obsession and woundedness, that's how that explosion, which began all of energy and all of life, continues to compound and express itself. And our job is to stay with fancy long enough for imagination to show through, so that the experience transparently manifests the originating spirit. And let me tell you also that Johns Hopkins was a Quaker whose father had a revelation that slaveholding was a bad thing. This was after the father had made about, in our money, about $20 million off being a slaveholder. Well, better late than never. Johns Hopkins, he didn't own slaves, but he sold dope. He was a big liquor salesman and a tobacco salesman, a very pious man. And on his expiration, he left all of his money to set up a university, a hospital, and an orphanage for black children. And those institutions, therefore, were properly the expression of impulses spinning against the way they drive. So a lot of Johns Hopkins' fortune, because he was a Baltimore boy, was in the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. And the railroad barons were all swindlers and thieves and stock manipulators, you know. And there were several financial panics, not dissimilar to the ones we're living through now. And the only problem with these bonds was they were worthless. But bonds are only worthless if you admit that they're worthless. If you can get somebody to buy them, then they ain't worthless. Now, the inheritors of a large portion of these bonds were a group of Quaker lesbians. All the daughters of the Johns Hopkins trustees. Now, in those days, you know, women weren't admitted. There was coeducation, and that wasn't going on, you know, particularly at the graduate level. One of these women, Carrie Thomas, her dad was a trustee at Johns Hopkins. She wasn't that pretty. And when she was a kid, regrettably, she was set on fire. And it took her mother a couple of minutes to get there. So she was horribly scarred and everything. And now her mother was quite an accomplished woman. Her sister became one of our great suffragettes. And Carrie Thomas herself founded, for example, Bryn Mawr College. And but she would never let her dad, who was a doctor, change her dressings. She made her mother do it. And it was a kind of punishment for the mother not getting there in time. And also, there were a bunch of other kids, and this way she got her mother's attention. You know, a lot of complicated, mixed motives. And so she became very active in her sexual identity at a time when lesbianism was had a lot of euphemisms attached to it. There was a lesbian relationship was described as a Boston marriage, and the sexual component of it was rarely referred to even by the principals. You know, women just lived together, you know, and not Carrie Thomas, but so she was seducing women right and left, all of whom were more attractive than she, and all of whom were also the daughters of the people who ran, who were the trustees of Johns Hopkins. And she worked out a quid pro quo whereby they would provide the bonds that could be used to finish the school, the only problem being the bonds were worthless, in exchange for coeducation. And because the trustees also didn't want to admit that the bonds were worthless, they took them. Now, here, too, we get a juxtaposition. You know, you've heard me say history is a lie agreed upon. And certain symbols, like bonds, if you can get a collective agreement about them. That's why the stock market goes up, then the stock market goes down. That's just variations in the extent to which you can get people to agree upon the worth of a thing from day to day. And that's something which can be extrapolated and explored in a lot of different ways. But as I tell you these stories, you can see where that'd be a pretty fucking interesting story to tell. How American medicine got invented, you know, how revolutionary operating procedures came out of people trying to get their dope, which has always been a prime motivation for me. That there is no such thing as a pure motive or a perfect outline. History is never tidy. And spare me one more minute to realize that this very private experience of my brothers and mine, how in the course of storytelling that would seem to lead inevitably, well, of course that's an interesting story. Of course that'd be a good story to tell. But if you just go in and pitch it, I got a great story. Johns Hopkins Medical School, 1893. How did they get the buildings built? Now that's 13 on the air, right? Everybody's going to back that. And if you're afraid, that's how you're going to pitch it. And, you know, in terms of, makes me think of it as lesbians, you know, Samuel Goldwyn always had scouts out for new properties. So his scout comes back from Broadway and he says, Mr. Goldwyn, I got one. Great play, great roles, The Children's Hour. The only trouble? It's about lesbians. Goldwyn says, don't worry, we will make them Mexicans. Which is to say that if you're in fear, if you're not willing to let the fancy, if you don't trust yourself to reveal, say, that a story set in a gold camp in 1877 is a contemporary story, if you don't trust that the scenes will gradually erode what is fanciful and seemingly inaccessible about that premise, or if you're in a pitch and you're pitching a story set in ancient Rome and they say, we got one, there's a bar mitzvah ahead of you, can you set it somewhere else? If you trust imagination, you can see the way a story set in 1877 in the Indian Territory is really the same story. You substitute one abstraction for another. That's when the spirit has allowed you to rest transparently in itself. And that's you know, the chemist Kekule said, visions come to prepared spirits. And whatever habit you need to generate to prepare your spirit to receive the vision, whether it's an outline or not an outline, you know, or writing outdoors or indoors, get the vision. Want the vision. Don't want to stay in fear. Done. How are you all? How are you, Dave? Not that good. I'm pretty tired, I'll tell you that. I'm pretty tired. Yesterday, was it yesterday we talked about the Johns Hopkins project, or was that the day before? That was yesterday. What did you think of that? Yeah. Now, isn't it interesting how something which on the surface would not sound like it would reward attention if you just stay with it a little bit and identify the principles of association between your experience and that's why it's always worthwhile to try and figure out what the first cousin of the idea you have is. Even if you wind up deciding, I don't even know how I got that idea. That's a stupid idea. Turn it around sometimes. And here's a degenerate. It's Harv. Look, Mark, it's Harv behind you. Hey, Harv. You want to hear a funny story, Dayton? Hey, Dayton, can I tell this story? It's a sweet story. It's not it isn't about Dayton. We were talking about, I told us a little bit of a story about my family yesterday, and so he was saying, Dayton was saying that when his dad was on his deathbed, it shows you how, what looks to be one sort of gesture on the surface, deep down winds up meaning exactly the opposite. His dad, who was a gruff individual, he gives him his betting system on the horses as his final living act, and then he says, "But don't give it to your fucking brother." And the laughter that comes is the cousin of our initial reaction to that. And if you follow out what the source of the laughter is, remember, you heard me say, and you may be familiar enough with this that we don't have to go into it in detail, but that laughter is the release of fear at the thing survived. So, like if in a cartoon, the little guy's walking down the street and a safe hits him in the noggin, and he staggers away, you laugh at the dichotomy between the expected consequence of the thing depicted and what the cartoon is showing. So the Divine Comedy in that context is what sin survived, all of human experience transcended, and in this case, if you ever look at people's faces when they see a newborn, or when they see a little dog or something and it's trotting around, and they get, this doofus grin on their face. The doofus grin is informed by all that we now know of life, and that this living thing does not know. All the sadness and sorrow and sense of separateness that we have, and this little living thing doesn't know it and is happy, and we're glad. The gladness is what makes us smile. The sense of our isolation and sadness and sorrow and separateness has been survived by the stimulus in the present moment. Another version of that little baby is a man's dying words when he says, "But don't tell your fucking brother," because what makes us laugh is even at that moment of extremity, the pettiness of life goes on, and yet we are still recognizably human. And cohabiting with that pettiness is a gesture of love. That in the same gesture that reaches out to Dayton, and, you know, his dad didn't have anything to give him except this fakakta betting system, you know, and probably the biggest favor his dad ever did Dayton's brother is by Dayton not giving him the betting system. Pardon? Yeah. But I'll tell you another story on my family that may make you smile a little bit. Although it probably won't make you smile, but it is still comic. Quite clearly, you know, you're able to infer from several of the stories I've told you about my dad. You know, he was an enormously conflicted guy and troubled, and I know, nonetheless, you know, that he loved me, he loved my brother and my mother. But the interpretation of certain behaviors as love is sometimes more, the translation's a little more difficult than others. And sometimes one is grateful, you know, for things which are not so difficult to translate. And I was leaving home once for whatever nefarious and confounded purpose, and we'd had a big beef the night before, and I was, I guess from the time I was like 8 or 9, I started, I was a big Freon sniffer. I was a great slitter of refrigerator linings, you know, and then when you know, my dad had a whole array of pharmaceuticals, and I would try and take one of each by 4 o'clock every day, without realizing that a lot of them, you know, acted against each other. So you didn't know what, you knew you were fucked up, but you didn't know, you know, you were down, you weren't up, you were just buying. And once I could get those equalized, then I'd get in the bus and go out to the racetrack with no money at night. And that's one version of a day. Anyways, so I was about to split, and the reason I tell you about all those medications is, so in the morning, you know, it was kind of hard for me to tell when I was actually awake. You know, am I awake? Am I dreaming that I'm awake? Because all the different medications, you know. But I heard my dad, I thought I heard my dad oh, wait, before I tell you that story, I'll tell you another funny story about being so loaded that you can't figure out what's happening. Also in this bedroom, I had a friend, Stump, the flying wedge. He was about 5 feet tall, maybe a little more, like 5'4", something like that. And the Stump was a serious alcoholic too. We lost him quite early on in the proceedings. But all right, I'll tell you another story about the Stump first. Well, no, this was a story, actually. This story, I think, was in, like, when we were, like, in, you know, like 8th grade or whatever it was. But we were shit-faced. And he lived in Canada. And he was so shit-faced that, you know, I said, you know, Stumpy, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it back there. I don't know how you're going to get on the bus or whatever the hell it was. And so he stays in the house. He stays in our house. We lived in Buffalo on the United States side. And you know, when you're so drunk, you you keep your foot on the floor. Just I heard that. Yeah, just trying to control a spin, you know, and just if I throw up, don't let me throw up on myself. And so now, I don't know if I'm awake or asleep. Boom, I hear, I don't know what it is I hear, but it's something hitting the floor in the room. And then it's the flying wedge. He fell out of bed, you know. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. Then I hear these footsteps. That's what made me think of it, my dad's footsteps. So I hear these footsteps, and I think, the flying wedge is going to the can. Well, that's a good gesture towards hygiene, you know. Now I'm thinking, wait a second. I heard the tippy toe of the flying wedge going this way, and the John is over here. What is the flying wedge up to? The flying wedge don't realize where he is. The flying wedge thinks he's at home in Canada. Where is the John in the flying wedge's house in Canada? My parents' fucking bedroom. I'm up. I go into my parents' bedroom. There is the flying wedge taking a horrific dump on my parents' bedroom floor, and I see these two figures. And the collective denial system said, "Mom, Dad, how are you? You know, I dragged the flying wedge out. I come back. I'll explain this to you another time. You know, I told the flying wedge the next morning, and he dove right out the second-story window. He wouldn't even go downstairs. So, I won't tell you the other flying wedge story. So, anyways, I hear my dad in the morning, and I can't figure out, am I asleep? Am I awake? I hear his footsteps, and because he knew I was leaving, and he went and he just patted my hair, but he didn't do it enough to wake me up, because he was shy about that stuff, you know. But he was saying goodbye, and in the yearnings of the heart, you know, the discrepancy between that and what would be interpreted as a normal gesture of affection, that can make you smile too, because in that discrepancy is the thing survived. That the wounded heart is able to interpret and transcend that, to know that is a gesture of love. And one of the things I was saying to you yesterday about art, you know, this is the process by which the pain of the past and its pastness is transmuted to the future tense of joy. And the doubleness that the artist experiences, you know, standing outside and figure, that's why, you know, I say try and always stay with whatever association you have until you see its first cousin, because maybe your unconscious, your imagination is trying to tell you something that maybe your consciousness is afraid for you, is reluctant for you to indwell with, but that in fact is a thing survived that can be the material of art, which you can transmute from pain into joy. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, now, because I don't have any particular state in objective reality, I see you as a creature with a camera for a head. And, you know, it's kind of a lateral move. It's not a we're longtime friends. And this guy first presented himself to me as a relative, and I'm not entirely sure he is. Okay, so now, what do you want to follow out as a process of tracking down first cousins. Do you want to stay with the idea from yesterday? Do you somebody want to say, just take a venue as the premise for a series, just volunteer one, and we can try and improvise and extrapolate a world?
Have you discussed how your father wounded you? You've discussed that you were wounded. I missed one session, so maybe I missed part of it.
Is that the question that I just asked? Well, I told you, were you here for the story where, he took me out to track when I was 5? It says, now you're set up to bet. Max the waiter will run your fucking bets for you, but do not let me see you fucking sneaking out here on your own. Were you here for that one? Well, go get the tape then. I mean, that's a bit of a departure from the norm, isn't it? Anyways.
I'll suggest a venue for a project I'm working on. If you like.
Are you going to suggest, or are you going to look for me to smile, my reinforcement? Did it sound like I was inviting him to pursue his question? It might be my style, or it might be your reluctance. Then let's go.
I'm working on a project around a team that I was part of. It's called the Crisis Response Team, and we're the only unit that's allowed on the scene of we're the only civilians allowed on crime scenes. And what we do is the job that the...
Can everybody hear?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm working on a project connected with a police unit that I was a part of. It's a civilian unit. It's the only civilian unit allowed on murder scenes. And some police are still reluctant to have us there, but...
Imagine.
Yeah. But they get kind of used to us, and what we do is we comfort and provide help for the living victims. Like, if there's a mother and her son has died, we may help take care of the kids, anything from that to even cleaning up the blood and the brains on the sidewalk so the family doesn't have to walk in. And the police start to like us over time because we do the job that they don't want to do, so they can concentrate on solving the crime. And in cases here and there, we'll hear about things that may be related to the crime, but we're there for the victims primarily.
And where is this?
Where does it take place? In Boston. Where I'm from.
And how long has the unit been in existence?
The unit evolves. It's been in existence about 12 years, but it was originally started by missionaries and priests. And then as it expanded throughout the city, people who became interested in helping out just joined. They don't have to be of any particular religion.
So have you heard that? This is a civilian team that tries to help families or the victims, the collateral victims of a crime.
And we're usually only there until the body's taken away or until we can help the family or find relatives if they're kids. Do you want to leave it there? Do you want to tell us a little more about how you've tried to develop the series, or would you rather we just... We're into a team of people, and like the different people in the real unit, they all come from different backgrounds, and they merge just for that particular case, and it's about really how certain people end up getting more involved in helping to solve the crimes.
Okay. Now, in the genesis of the team, traditionally, people feel that cops don't understand. Civilians, there's a disposition to feel that cops are there, for example, just to solve the crime, and they don't care about the collateral victims. Right? Was there any history of that this was predominantly in black communities? The reason I ask is Boston has a history of real racial tension.
No, when I signed up for it, I wasn't living in a black community. I switched my beeper so I could get more calls from the black community because there was more crime, and I wanted more action.
And so, but was this response team particularly active in the black community?
I don't know. When I joined it, it was throughout the city.
Well, but if you say, I wanted more action, that would suggest that there was more action in the black
Yeah,
community.
there's more action in the black community.
Right. And so in terms of associating one idea with another idea, the initial premise is a crisis response team. Now, in the process of trying to begin to bring the premise alive in the imagination, I'm trying to ask leading questions which would begin to flesh out the dynamics of the premise. So one of the dynamics would be the impulse in those who have suffered the trauma of loss, violence, violation, to attempt to understand the experience by binding it to less traumatic but more familiar ways of explaining their relationship to outside forces which control them. The victim of, let's say, a burglary which turned into a murder feels absolutely at a loss. Every discipline, every structure which he or she has used to make himself feel at home has been broken. Now in comes a stranger. And the impulse is to associate, and in fact, it's a way of grieving, which is a way of beginning to survive the experience, is to say to the cop, oh, what are you going to rob me too? You're going to wait till my back is turned and then steal what hasn't been stolen yet? Or you don't know what the fuck happened, and you're never going to know what happened because you're not black. That is, in fact, and what a cop understands is that is a way of beginning to grieve. It's a way of identifying with another human being and saying, you can't understand the experience I've just gone through, except instead of talking about the horrible experience which has just taken place, for which there is no prior grid of understanding to superimpose, you dislocate it and put it on the cop. Now, the danger that a cop would feel in relation to a civilian crisis team is, well, here come the do-gooders that don't understand fuck all about the way that the victims of crime live into the aftermath of crime, which is by blaming us, and we have to kind of let them do that because it's what disposes them to feel protected enough by yelling at us to begin to share information about what the crime scene was like. Simultaneously, so that's the ideal cop. Then there are cops who understand that dynamic, that people want to grieve, but they don't like black people. So in the rippling out of events in the aftermath of a tragedy, you may hear a cop say, not for nothing, I didn't break into your fucking house. So let's go a little easy on the bullshit, and why don't you tell me what the fuck happened? Now, paradoxically, in another context, you've heard of the dynamic good cop, bad cop. a lot of times an apparently unfeeling personality is easier for the victim to relate to in the immediate aftermath of crime. What I'm trying to suggest is that the surface impulse of coming to aid, civilians coming to aid, to the extent that any new variable enters an equation, the whole equation changes. And what many cops are going to say is, I got a better idea. Why don't you run a bingo game? Because we're trying to solve crimes here. Now, to some extent, that is a kind of alcoholic response, and a lot of cops are alcoholics, because anything that's new, a cop is disposed to say, it's fucked. It's no good. It ain't going to work. When I was writing NYPD Blue and the original star left, and the network said, we're done. It took us all this time to get a fucking hit show, and now this self-involved Dago goes to be a movie star. So what I did was to try and portray in his partner a characteristic alcoholic's response to any disruption in his routine. Because finally, what an alcoholic is, I want to know where my booze is at all times, and I want an unobstructed path to it. And if I do the same thing every day, I can work out what time I'm going to be able to sneak into the door and get the thing. But if I got a new person here who's looking at my fucking drawer, that ain't going to work. So, and the seemingly inexplicable irritability of the alcoholic owes always to that the anticipation of change as a because what the drug wants you to believe is, don't let me get low, Rich. You know, do you remember the Richard Pryor routine where he's talking about the crack? Oh, let me get a little low there, Rich. Don't. So, now, the whole goal of getting viewer allegiance to the premise of a show is to addict the viewer to the premise. Now, here's a disruption of the premise. Now, what you then want to do is to provide a surrogate for the viewer's sense of disruption, which distracts the viewer from the disruption and simultaneously provides him with a means of saying, oh, I can survive this. The thing survived is comedic. So I can get over this. So what I did was exaggerate the viewer's own sense of dislocation so that the new character comes in, he says, hi, I'm Bobby Simone. So he says, yeah, how you doing? Excuse me, just a second. He goes into the boss. He says, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. And the boss says, what happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, how you doing? This type of thing. That ain't going to work. And what the audience is now distracted by, it's away from the newness of Simone and back to the familiarity of this fucking Andy. He can't adjust to anything. He can't adjust to a guy saying hello. The corollary of which for the viewer is, give him a fucking break. Give the new guy a fucking break. And a rebonding to the premise of the material. Now, in this case, in your series, when I hear, a premise about a crisis team, which comes in, cleans up, and splits, I think dilettantes. Because there's some consequences of that crisis that can't be cleaned up. Now, the way to get your viewer to give your series a chance is to have someone exaggerate the viewer's own resistance which is a figure that the viewer typically associates as his surrogate for dealing with crisis, a cop. So now what you have a cop doing is being even more unfair to the crisis team than the viewer is. And the viewer ain't that thrilled. You know, oh, a crisis team. Geez, that sounds great. I'll get to watch them mop up every fucking week. But if you have a cop saying, give me, you know, just when I think this job cannot get more fucked up, they send in another kind of bureaucrat. Isn't that wonderful? What happened? Did someone drive over your lawn when you were a child and you're trying to work it out? So now what the audience is, well, that's a little rough, you know. And then if he's an Irish cop, you know, maybe saying, let me ask you a question. Are there any white crisis teams that I might be able to work with? Not for nothing, you know, but I might be more inclined, or he wouldn't say that to the crisis worker, but he says to a partner, you know, he says, I win the lottery. It's not enough that we got a crisis team assigned to us, but we got 5 mullignams in the crisis team. Who did I offend in heaven? So you see how by trying to build in to the premise, you know, I tried to explain the other day how in the course of trying to explain fancy, I tried to give you an emotional experience of what it means to be fanciful as opposed to imaginative, that you're only capable of identifying with certain stimuli at the cost of a fuller appreciation of the humanity of the recollection, and that the job of the expanding premise is to accommodate what is fanciful and gradually turn it into an imaginative connection. So if this cop is confiding to his partner, and what he's saying is, I don't know what fucking lottery I lost that I keep, and if the black crisis worker is talking to a friend of hers and says, just loud enough for the cop to hear, are there any police teams that aren't composed of donkey fucking mix that we could get assigned to? Just to give us half a shot, because I know this isn't going to work, but what I'm trying to do in my survey is figure out whether it's possible that it could work. And as long as we get, you know, the guys with the busted capillaries wondering where the nearest bar is, we don't know whether it's because they're assholes or whether this is a bad idea. He says, excuse me, who are you talking to? Says the cop. Is this something the whole class can appreciate? Now, you see how it widens out a little? The idea of who gets more involved, you know, is one that I would re-examine, or at least you want to probably re-encounter the terms of why. It certainly oughtn't to be on the basis of moral excellence. You know, who gets more involved with these cases? Who goes back to see how they're doing? Typically, the people who go back are people who need to go back for their own purposes. And in order to examine that syndrome, what you probably want to have is a victim who says, or a cop who is trying to follow up and get the victim to remember what the person looked like. And what the cop can say to the member of the crisis team is, look, whoever it was, that stole your lawnmower, or spoke to you harshly at the mall or whatever the fuck it was, we're trying to get an ID from this woman, okay? And then if somehow the woman finds it in herself, and typically, an Irish guy, when he's talking to a woman, say, who's been a victim of a rape, and a black woman, he can't even look at her, because he's so uncomfortable. Because sex is a charged issue for him. Race is a charged issue, and so typically, in order to accommodate his discomfort, he will assume that the victim is promiscuous. So he says, well, like, was that the first guy you'd had sex with today, or how many guys had you had sex with before he raped you? Like that, and obviously that's an extreme version of it, but if the victim is grateful that the crisis member is coming back, he says, and she says, I'd rather talk to her. He says, oh, geez, break my heart. Break my heart. Oh, please, you want to talk to her instead of me? I'll be at the alibi room. This is the number of the payphone. Give me a call when you got all the information. See, and then if she shows up at the alibi room with the information, and they wind up befriending each other, and if it turns out she can drink a little bit, this girl, now you may have the basis for a friendship. Okay? You're welcome. Who else?
Isn't the series over if they become friends?
Yeah, it's completely over. Schmuck. What's implied by your question? That you have to just reside at the surface, at the threshold level, and that the audience isn't going to be willing to go with you into the complications.
So if the premise you laid out is all these like social and personal conflicts that are going on, I once heard you say that the trick in TV is to do the same thing week to week and make it look different. And if they become friends, then you lose that all those dynamics.
Maybe what I meant by the trick in TV, doing the same thing and make it look different. You heard me say, I hope you heard me say in previous conversations, that the same thing, to the extent that one is resting transparently in the spirit which gave us rise, the same thing is every form of experience. And to recognize that things which look different essentially are the same allows you to do anything at all. So this the black woman is in there drinking with the cop, and she experiences pain, and it turns out she has sickle cell trait or something that it's impossible for the cop to have. Yet his compassion, she's shown that she's got a little something going on. Now he tries to find an equivalent that nonetheless acknowledges difference. I had an aunt, fucking diabetic. Of course, diabetic. She fucking drank and she smoked, you know. What a pain in the balls she was. He's trying to identify. And this woman, to the extent that she was brave enough to reach out to come into the bar and is drinking, that means she's a little bit lonely, you know. And she says, I had an uncle like that, diabetic, smoked a lot, and he kept drinking and he went blind. Oh, geez, well, you went me one better. Congratulations. Well, now you're seeing that it's the same thing. It's people reaching out, but it looks different because you're complicating it, you know. Now, this is a story of a man who believes he's a camera. There was such a movie, I Am a Camera. Oh, pardon? Wasn't that? Yeah, I mean, that was the basis for, I think, Christopher Isherwood. Those were the Berlin stories. Another degenerate. Now, you know, Christopher Isherwood and W.H. Auden were very close friends. And I am the author of the shortest memorial poem occasioned by the death of W.H. Auden. Shall I recite it to you? He sure looked a lot like Lillian Hellman. So anybody, shall we work? Okay, you okay with that? See, now that's passive aggressive, Miss Dent. Either say yes or ask the next question.
Well, when you talked about the crisis response team, it was all sorts of crises, and I guess because my team there had to be a death or there had to be a murder.
Yeah.
So my show was going to be was like that, but I'm trying to think now if maybe I should expand it the way you did to other crimes and rapes. But there had to be a death if we got there, and it seemed like it was a natural.
So what's your feeling about this?
I like violent deaths. I'm happy.
God help me, so do I.
And I have enough to pick from after 2 years.
So,
I mean, do you think it widens the, scope and gives more opportunity for the characters to, be of interest or delve into different areas?
You would want to feel your way into that and see, but I certainly, violent death always makes it for me. But I mean, there was a guy. What I'm going to trying to suggest to you is that these are false distinctions. A guy named Iris Blount, a murderer, a serial murderer in New York. But he'd rape him first. And sometimes if he was interrupted before he got to the part where he skinned them and then killed them, it would just be a rape. Suppose you were to do a story where the crisis murder team, the woman is so convinced that the manner of his forced entry into the apartment was so similar to Iris Blount's modus operandi that she's the one who comes to the Irish cop and says, "That's Iris Blount." See how if you fold it back into the premise, it widens out, and what seems to be different, in fact, turns out to be the same. And then, and based on that, she says, "I want to work on, can't the crisis team, work on more than just murder?" And then you run into all sorts of bureaucrat. Well, that isn't the authorization from the city council says the crisis team is just murder. They said, well, someone didn't tell Iris Blount. What just happened? Before this, had someone suggested another thing there? Who was on the phone? That's right.
My apologies,
Mr.
sir.
Fedora. No, I'm not asking for an apology. I want to know who was on the phone.
My mom.
How was mother?
The God's truth, she's pissed that I didn't bring her a bowl of ice cream before I left.
I guess the next question is, does she live out of town? Because that would be quite a journey.
I journeyed in today. I drove in from San Bernardino. You're
God
that
love
important.
You. God love you. Now, do you take a lot of crack? Because I know San Bernardino.
You know, it's not crack. It's what's really happy out there is meth.
Right. Yeah.
There is a difference. Crack is cocaine. Meth is you can cook it up. You cook it up and
You
blow
can
up
explain to
your
me
house.
what meth is? What do you think of this thing in San Bernardino? You know, where there are all of those things about the child rape and everything. Where you know the case I'm talking about, 25. Vaguely. A lot of people spend a lot of years in jail, you know, about that, where they were accused, and then it turned out that the workers were encouraging the kids, you know, and all of that stuff. It's a great way
Are you trying
to
to say that San Bernardino cops entrap people? Oh, God forbid.
go back and read The Crucible, which is about the Salem witch trials.
I've taught the Crucible, sir, in high school.
Well, go back and read it before you. You know, it might be an interesting parallel. You know, collective madness, and it usually in an hysterical environment. It usually the collective madness usually focuses on, you know, some sort of taboo. That's where the devil is. Tell me about methamphetamine. So she lives in San Bernardino?
Yeah, she's disabled, and I take care of her there. Yes.
God bless you. And does she live in the house, if I may ask, or
Yeah. She's got her. Yeah.
what's her? She's got an apartment there.
No. She's got a house.
And you live in the same house?
Correct.
Yeah. And what's your favorite kind of ice cream?
Hers or mine? Oh, I'm sorry. She likes anything chocolate.
Yeah. Is there like chocolate swirl or
Lately, Rocky Road.
Rocky Road? Now, how long is this? Just a flirtation, or do you think she's going there?
She goes through food fads for
Yeah.
a few months, and then it's on to something else. She
What
used
was
to
the
love
one
butter
before
pecan, but now
Rocky
it's too
Road?
rich. Butter pecan, but now butter pecan is too rich.
Butter pecan, a young man, is not chocolate.
I know.
So you may be a little unfair to her saying she's a chocolate fanatic.
Well, she is now.
Can we generalize the sweets? She has a sweet tooth.
Sure.
Is she diabetic?
Yes.
A lot of times diabetics crave sweets. That's why I asked. Is she having circulatory problems?
Yes.
Is that part of why she's bedridden?
Yes.
And how's her eyesight?
Not too good.
Yeah, that's another complication from diabetes. So, do you see if you're still and trying to relate to your brother or sister, and not that this too could be the premise of a story or a series if you follow it out, and typically, you know, someone who has been so generous as to care for, you know, a suffering parent. If you'll permit me to talk a little bit more about it, indwells with a kind of chronic sense of it's not enough. Whatever I do isn't enough. And that tends to spill over. So when I ask who is on the phone, what's your name, sir?
Mike.
Mike. Mike's impulse was to apologize for an intrusion rather than to respond to the question. And in the gap between, as I explored the gap between, when I said, I didn't ask for that, I want to know who's on the phone. Although the affect in my voice was kind of working class as a way of distracting him from the possibility that I was pursuing an imaginative goal, which was to reassure him and to suggest that reassurance can be offered, even from a seemingly unfeeling position, and that any life situation, if you follow it out, Emily Dickinson lived a life as circumscribed as Mike's mom. And in great poetry, if you stay with the details of how it is in a life which seems, for example, to be so repetitive, to be so hemmed in. You can even find variety in a slow weaning from butter pecan and a transfer of allegiance to Rocky Road. And the job of the artist is to train his expectation or hers to see at the level of detail and focus that illuminates the fact that Mike's mom, too, is resting transparently, in the spirit which gave her rise. And part of what helps her rest more comfortably is Mike. That's a tough thing to accept, and sometimes, guilt is one of the masks that love wears. And that's the job also of the artist, to show.
Is there a series in wanting to kill your mother?
There's not only a series, there's a series of series. Sure, Oedipus is a long-running, excuse me? Forgive me,
Stewie and Family Guy.
Yeah, I never saw Family Guy, but does he want to kill Mom?
His whole thing is he's basically a baby who plots to destroy his mother every day of his life.
Yeah, and the wanting to kill your mom is at some level a version of that's who I have to love. And a lot of times the answer is yes. And sometimes the thought is, I'm never going to be able to love anybody else until I get rid of her. And sometimes the ostensible impulse to murder is a way of saying, I just wish I was brave enough to go to the social at church on Thursday night. But I'm afraid to do that, and because I'm afraid to do that, I want to kill her. Again, this is simply a widening out of associations, so that if you stay with any premise, and try to identify its cousins, the genealogy in the family of the association, you may find that it's fertile ground for storytelling everywhere. And the idea of trying to posit in the expectations of the other the only acceptable for a story, or the only acceptable premise for a story. Oh, it's got to be X or it's got to be Y. That's just an exercise in fear, and you just need to stay with it. Someone who wants to kill his mother. Did you ever see Harold and Maude? That's like a cousin of that. A kid who wants to kill himself, and there's a dominating maternal presence. The only thing is she's not really his mother, and he realizes he loves her. Come on. I'm giving away $1 million worth of...
I got one. I'm working on developing a show called The Church of Sharing. I grew
The
up
Church of
sharing.
Sharing.
Yeah. I grew up in Manhattan, in New York in the 70s, and my father was a criminal, my mom was a bookie, and both of my brothers were heroin addicts and dealers. And at the age of 16, I went on my own, and I worked at this club in New York, which was called Midnight Interlude. And Dan and Deborah were the owners of the club, and they had a naked talk show on Channel J. Yeah. And it was right after Robin Bird. And so as a 16-year-old kid with no family, with this fucked up, crazy, craziness in my house, I wound up finding family in a fucking whorehouse because they had a swingers club that they hired girls to act as swingers because the ratio from male to female was like 25-1. And we had like 4 or 5 couples swinging, and then I was promoted from like the buffet to co-check to head pimp at 17. But what I did was I was the guy who wrote the checks to the girls at the end of the night, and we had this room called the swing room. We had a card called the IBM card, the intercourse blowjob masturbation card, and we had to check off what everybody did, and then the girls got paid accordingly. Long story short is we got shut down, we got busted. But we reopened as the Church of Sharing. He was a really smart businessman because
Who was the guy?
His name was Dan Wagner. And he reopened it as the Church of Sharing, and all we had to do was sign these documents to say that we were Brother Lennon or Sister so-and-so, and you made a donation, and it was a whorehouse. So in Manhattan, on 76th and 3rd, it was above Ray's Pizza. It was a brownstone. Yeah.
What was the connection with Plato's Retreat?
They were like sister companies, you know. It was like Xenon and Studio 54, you know. It was the other side of the other.
Guy who founded Plato's Retreat, no longer with us, but a reporter who fixated on this guy approached me to write about.
That'd be great.
But maybe you're the guy. This guy who started Plato's Retreat had boundary issues. Imagine. And he was proud to state that he had intercourse with 30,000 women. And he professed himself to have been a patsy for the mob, that the mob was using Plato's Retreat to launder money and so on, and they made it what's called a bust-out joint. You know what that is, where you never pay your taxes or anything, and then when they come to collar you, you leave one victim, and then everybody, you know, in whose name the license is and so on. So this was this guy. He was the victim. And he did 8 years. And then he came out, and by then the party was pretty much over. So, and he died, he weighed about 475 when he died. So there again, there was another sort of boundary issue, you know. In terms of, this reporter told me that once this guy had proposed to a girl, and she turned him down. I can't imagine why. And the reporter sat with him in there's a restaurant in the Chelsea Hotel. Is it El Quixote? Yeah. And this guy ate 36 lobsters. Good. See you, Mike. What's your friend's name?
This is Evan.
Hey, Evan. Are you from San Bernardino?
No such luck.
So I say to the reporter, who's still alive and who is cherishing this fellow's memory, you know, I say, 8 years, you know, was that a tough bit for him to do? He says, well, he never spoke of it with, you know, any particular bitterness or something. In fact, he died. He was a very sweet guy. I say, you don't think he might have been getting hit in the seat, do you? In jail? Because, you know, a guy who sleeps with 30,000 humans isn't necessarily fastidious about gender difference. Right? He says, you know, I never I never thought of that. Although, now that you say it, everybody I used to say to Plato's retreat, in the orgies, he would always go down on all the drag queens. So, now, what are we to infer from this environment? That the predisposition to transfer dysfunction from one environment to another. That, you know, if one person's a bookmaker and someone else, what was Dad? What kind?
He robbed banks. He was up for murder. He died when I was 5.
He was up for murder. Was he elected?
They say he did. I don't know. I didn't know him well. My parents both died by the time I was 11.
Your parents both died.
Yeah.
And clearly, you know, people who transgress one boundary are more disposed to transgress others. It wouldn't surprise me if some of that was going on as well. And the reenactment later in life of that kind of transgression, you know, would be an absolutely understandable sort of thing. In this guy's case, it's almost, you know, it's ridiculous. His dad was a meat packer. A wholesale meat packer. And his mother was very involved with the young man. And so, you know, there is a poetry in what is painfully apparent if you're just still, you know, and let people talk. And to me, the interesting guy in the story was the reporter, who's a kid who this guy who ran Plato's Retreat's been dead for 12 years, and the reporter has stayed true to his memory. What does that mean? And the fact that it would take me to suggest a complication in the founder of Plato's Retreat, in his behavior that had not occurred to the reporter, begins to shape the story. The reason it begins to shape the story is not under the category of tawdry revelation, but what extraordinary and various creatures we are, and with what tenacity we try to live. And this kid, in the aftermath of the death of his great buddy there, is now a freak for insult comics. Hangs around with insult comics all the time. And they too have a curious and convoluted way of indicting the past. You know, I think I told you once, Gooded said, you know, he'd never heard of a crime he couldn't commit. Me neither. And so the taboo that's associated with, say, you know, polymorphous perversity or any of that stuff is an utter irrelevancy. You know, the goal is to show how even that gentleman, tipping the scales at 475, viewed properly, can be seen to be resting transparently in the spirit which created him. That's the process of art. So, you know, I'd say have at 'em, and you know, we can talk a little bit afterwards. And there's an extraordinary actor attached to that project, extraordinary. But you know, I'm involved with other things. Yes.
You want to talk a little more about Johns Hopkins? You want to talk a little more about Johns Hopkins?
Do I?
Well, would you?
I'm pretty tired. Let's talk about something else that I don't feel the weight of, you know. How is she? How is she?
My mom?
Or was he kidding when he said it was her calling?
No, I was completely serious. It was my mom.
I know, but I mean, he said on his way out, your buddy said she's calling again.
No, he was kidding.
He was kidding.
He was kidding.
He's not from San Bernardino?
No, he's a local boy here. He spent a year writing on Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Get out of town. Good.
Yeah.
Do you know that the present king of Jordan was an extra on Star Trek Deep Space Nine? When he was Prince Abdullah, he asked to be an extra. That's what we're dealing with in the political system. Go ahead, sir. Please.
Okay, I am working on an idea for a series, and I like the idea of setting it around the United Nations, kind of like a West Wing at the UN. And I was thinking, you know, because I'm looking for a way into this, and the best thing I've thought of so far is, what if Jesse Jackson, or someone a lot like Jesse Jackson, wound up as Secretary General of the UN? And I like I think there's some political possibilities there, but that's about where I'm at so far. But I've got some other ideas about it. But
Can you imagine what it's going to be like casting the ambassador from Namibia?
okay.
I'm just kidding. Set it in a whorehouse that services the the workers from all, you know. In the series that I'm doing, there was a book called The Happy Hooker.
Xavier Hollander.
Xavier Hollander, whose whorehouse was on 52nd Street, right around the corner from the UN. And the big challenge for people who work, you know, ambassadors and others, is that they're lonely. They're lonely, and there's supposedly tremendous successes. If that don't take you to a whorehouse, you know. And the job of the prostitutes is to make them feel at home, no matter how much ivory they got in their noses. That is the fundamental theme of the United Nations, isn't it? But you never go wrong associating any fundamental theme with whores. I was interested in, for an hour and a half at one point, in doing a series called The Whores of London, in which Helen Mirren was going to play a British madam, and Sarah Jessica Parker was going to play an American madam who had been turned out as a whore by Helen Mirren, originally trained as a whore. And they now are friendly rivals. And they work for every different spy service, debriefing, you know, getting state secrets out of the people, because London, to me, has become sort of, if you got the money, doesn't matter what you believe anymore, we'll treat you like royalty. And the way to deal with a political topic is never to say the word politics. so that essentially what you're doing is telling a story of Western culture, which has so given over its soul to materialism that it will serve as a ditch for the semen of every other culture and embrace the illusion that it's spying on them. Now, you could do that, you know, with the United Nations, too. Isn't this interesting how you can find the premise of series kind of everywhere if you try and stay... Who raised you? What's your name?
My name is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
My name's Phil.
So the premise is that a guy who was in a boy band 10, 15 years ago, now it's his own band, he's touring Europe, and the audiences aren't showing up, it's tanking, and he comes back, he's a drug addict, and he comes back to Manhattan, where he grew up in Queens, and they catch him with, you know, narcotics coming through customs. And they realize who he is, and the FBI shows up, and they've already got a rapper that some guys upstate have busted for drunk driving, and they're going to put him in the tank for 30 days as part of it. But they know he's killed people, and he's completely notorious, but that's the only thing they got him on right now.
The only thing they got the rapper on is...
a drunk driving charge, and they got to throw... He does 30 days, he's got to do 30 days in the Betty Ford Clinic or something like that.
So they want to use the boy band guy
And now the backstory
as an
of him is
informant to
he
get
grew up in
the...
Queens, and he was a cop for 8 years before the band took off, and so he's got a little experience in that. And
That must have been a pretty old boy band if he was a cop for 8 years.
well, like 28, right? If you started, you're a cop at 19 or something, right? And he takes off at 28, and now you're 38, and you're in the ditch.
Well, what about if he was in a boy band, became a cop, got caught wrong with narcotics after 3 months, and then, you know, that, I mean, that would let him have been famous for a while as a boy band. But anyway, so now they want to put him in the same jail cell and get him
They want to put him in the same recovery thing, in the same, and, you know, completely justify being in Betty Ford or one of these high-end recovery units, and
So the rapper is not a collar, he's not in jail?
he's not in jail. They haven't been able to bust
It's
him.
an alternative, the 30 days that you're saying.
Yeah.
Is he had to agree to go to rehab.
Right.
But they're looking to
They're
get
looking
him
put
for
somebody
this.
in there with him to try to get next to him and go undercover, essentially. And they've already lost one to this guy. They've already lost a young female FBI agent to him. She's disappeared. They have no idea what happened to her.
They lost an FBI agent to the rapper. You know, if you lose an FBI agent to the rapper, what tends to happen is the FBI takes you to the Holiday Inn Express and attaches some electrodes to your testicles and finds out.
Okay, so that aside, then.
Right, but here, one way about to the extent that we, and you've been around a little bit, right? You're in your late 20s yourself, and to the extent that we've lived, you know, with our noses pressed up against the invisible shield, you know, that surrounds the walled city. We tend to internalize a lot of stuff, one of which is the gospel of meeting cute. Are you familiar with that term? That you build up a premise where two seemingly very different people meet cute in a cute way and then find out that they've got a lot in common. And in this case, my suspicion is that what happens is that the former member of the boy band develops a friendship with this guy and can't give him up because he realizes that their experience has been very similar. They were appropriated by the capitalist system to its own purpose and exploited and then spat out. Now, if we're on to ourselves, if we're on to our habits of mind, and if we've been rejected for a little while, we internalize, again, in terms of going to the familiar, we internalize and try and protect ourselves. I'm dealing with this with the fucking negotiating committee right now, where all the negotiating committee for the Writers Guild can think is, well, if we do that, what are they going to say? You have so complicated your premise as a way of trying to anticipate objections from the buyer and say, well, but it's broad-based, it's Queens, it appeals to whites, it appeals to the demographic, not 35 to 49. In fact, it appeals 18 to 49 because it has rap, but it also has rock and roll from an earlier era. And all of these sort of invisible demons are flying around as you imagine the pitch session. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, fuck them. Now, how do you train yourself not to be in fear that way? What's at the heart of the premise? Two guys make friends. What's the fundamental venue after the long, complicated exposition of how they get there? What's the fundamental venue? Rehab. Forget the rest of it. Two guys in rehab, and same backstory, no assignments. Forget the FBI agent, forget that. It's just the guy who got caught wrong there, and at a certain point, whoever he was muling for, suppose he came up, he came in with some, balloons up his dirt chute for whoever sent him over, right? And he doesn't know where he's got something hanging over his head. But don't hang a lantern on it. I mean, if you're going to reveal that stuff, don't reveal it till way, way back, till deep in, Just let them make friends. And then, so that what engages the viewer's imagination and your own is the dynamic of how two guys seem to hit it off. And in the third episode, or whatever it is, or maybe at the end of the first episode, now you have the white guy, in a meeting saying, this is what he shared. Now he's reporting on something that a guy shared, in like a 12-step meeting or some fucking thing. Or you play that what the guy has shared, what Tupac was sharing there, and now at the end, they take him to the Holiday Inn Express, and instead of putting electrodes on the white guy, they say, okay, you know what the deal was. And what the guy says is, he didn't say a fucking thing. Which refutes all of your own fearful fantasizing about what the true premise is. And now they go out on the road together or whatever, and the black guy says, this is my backup. And now you have this white guy from a boy band trying to do fucking, moves for Tupac, and everybody laughs at him, except Tupac. And if Tupac isn't laughing, pretty soon the brothers, in the audience, hey, fucking man, you got a different thing. You got a different thing. But it's still a thing. Fucking ignorant nigger. But simultaneously, the cops are still trying to get this guy to deliver. See, but just don't let yourself be distracted by doing the exposition. Just start it in the rehab.
And this idea of the cousin, I mean, I think I got there with this idea of the cousin.
Who's the cousin?
You're saying the cousin of the basic premise. And then I start going, oh yeah, and then here's another cousin. And
Yeah.
it builds, you know, and it's almost like I got to do the opposite here. Yes?
Yes. You know, it's sometimes the recognition of the genealogical connection is by moving backwards instead of going forwards. You know, just eliminate things. What time is it? It's 3:45. Okay, now the next question is, when did we start? 2:15. That's an hour and a half. That's, you want to do one more?
15 more, yeah, 15 more minutes.
Ruthless. You're ruthless. Yes, young man.
My name's Jim.
Jim.
My
name's Gary.
I moved out to California with my mom.
What's so funny
I was
about
about
that?
7. And we were part of a religious cult. And we lived in an ashram down on West Adams, which was not like a historical district in that time period.
But it did have some history.
Oh yeah, we lived.
just
The
hadn't
house,
realized it.
the ashram that we moved into
Yeah.
was used to be owned originally by Busby Berkeley, and in the foyer there was it was marble, and there was his initials.
Yeah.
And that was where me and like 7 other kids lived in this ashram. That was like our favorite place to go running in our socks. You know, that was like the big.
Your favorite place to go running was where
in the
Busby
foyer,
Berkeley, by
yeah,
the...
right across Busby Berkeley's initials.
Gotcha.
Like run in from the living room and hit the marble in your socks and like get a good slide going. And we're all part of this religious cult called the Movement of Spiritual Inner Awareness. And the guru of the cult lived up in Mandeville Canyon. And he would like roll around in his limousine. He had this like brown limousine. And he'd like to go to like Fatburger.
A brown limousine.
Brown limousine.
That's swine.
And my mom sent me to a private school. And for the 6 years that I lived in the cult, and the 5 years that I went to that school, I never told anybody where I lived. Because I had so much shame.
Why?
Because I was weird. I was different, you know. I mean, I
Was
lived
the
like
man
in
in
a
the brown
shitty part
limousine
of
getting
town.
over on any of his acolytes?
Later, I found out about it. At the time, I didn't know about it, but he
Well,
lived.
so at the time you didn't know about it, but at the time he was getting over.
He was. He had a staff that lived with him up in the house in Mandeville Canyon, and
He was bringing the hammer down from the brown limousine.
it seems like he
Possible.
might. It seems like he might have. I mean, and what's more disturbing about that
I wonder if that had anything to do with Busby Berkeley's pillar.
was that my uncle was like the man behind the guru, and he ran like the business aspects.
Whose uncle was this?
My uncle.
Your mother's brother?
My mother's brother.
Was there any transgression of boundaries involved with your mom and your uncle, do you think?
No. And so I found that, you know, I'd go to school and went to a private school, and a few like celebrities' kids would go there and that kind of stuff, and I could never tell anybody there, you know, where I lived or where I went after school.
Now, you two are in your late 20s, right?
No, I'm in my 30s.
I know. But so this would have been when?
Late 70s.
Say it again?
Late 70s into the early 80s.
At a time when it was not considered outre to be in attendance at an ashram, right? I mean, some people might have thought it was hip.
Well, I mean, at the school that I went to, which...
What was the school?
Curtis School.
Was that a private school?
Yes.
And did your mom come out here with a little dough?
Not really.
Who paid the tuition?
Partially scholarship, partially my mom.
And did that suggest the fact that she would send you to such a school, a little bit of self-division in her about the way she was living?
Not necessarily. I mean, what she always, well, maybe, and I'm not aware of it. I mean,
Well, what
she
I'm trying to
always
do
told-
is, I'm trying to track down the reason for the shame. Sometimes, you know, when I told you the story about these hands doling out the money, and I thought if I could only figure out whose hands they were, and I finally realized that it wasn't that person's hands at all.
Well, I always thought it was financial. I mean, you know,
And I'm
like all
saying-
these
and I
kids
think
would get
that
picked up
may be
in
a
Rolls
mask
Royces
for
and
something
whatnot,
else.
you know, and my mom, you know, had a Toyota Corolla.
Okay, try and listen to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. But, you know, we have all different kinds of stakes in remembering things a certain way. There is something other than what you think is going on in your recollection. And this isn't therapy, this is storytelling. So what I would suggest is that every time this kid walks through the doors of the Curtis School, he enters into a Busby Berkeley musical. Inexplicably to himself. Because and you know how Busby Berkeley used to love to do the shots from above, where you would see a pattern that was composed of individuals, but which transcended individuality. And let the audience identify, have all of the classes in the Curtis School be seen from above in the pattern of a mandala, and let the kids stand outside watching, and then just see where the action goes. And that may be a way to unblock. The fact that you mentioned Busby Berkeley in an incidental detail suggests to me, and then you describe sliding across the floor past those initials, that there is something in the environment created by Busby Berkeley that would secretly liberate your premise. And so that's what I'm going to suggest that you do as an exercise. Every time he walks in the door of the Curtis School, it becomes a Busby Berkeley musical. And then he doesn't tell anybody about it, you know, when he goes home, and have the head of the ashram show up in his brown limousine and have the head of the ashram fixate on him and say, what's happening with you in school? Okay? You done? Very good to see you all. And if we're all alive, maybe we'll... Well, now, wait a second. When is Christmas?
Tuesday.
When?
Tuesday.
It's next Tuesday. Well, we're not going to meet. What are you, crazy? All right, we'll meet on Christmas. No, we will not meet on Christmas. Maybe we'll take next week off. You want to do that, and then see what's going on afterwards. But anybody that wants to talk, you know, my phone number, pencils at the ready, which is breaking the fundamental tenet of our strike, which is pencils down. 310-264-4285. Ask for Big Gary or Big Phil. And that's how I'll know you were at the class. See, you know, when I give a different name every time I introduce myself, that's to show that the idea of identity is really a function not of a stable name, but of association. So that no matter who I say I am, I'm still the same psychopath. And that thing has survived as well, right? Okay. Have a good weekend. Merry Christmas.